Let's meet up with the others first before we go to the Guilds Association to register our guild, Genie said. Guilds Association was another neutral faction that dealt with most everything pertaining to guilds. It is where a newly formed guild go when they wanted to establish their guilds formally in this world. Also, the place where they could find postings about general guild quests. There were also counters inside that sold items that were useful only to a guild. Do you know where this Guilds Association is located? Jack asked. I do, Genie said. But we go to Raven's Den first. That's where everyone else is waiting. The 8 of them, no 9, as Penuel did not bother to hide anymore, went in the direction of the capital's #1 tavern. Penuel nested lazily on Jack's head as they walked. Can't you fly on your own? Jack protested. Tee, it felt cozier this way, she replied. On their way, the 8 of them did regular inspect on other players they passed by, and they felt extremely good about themselves. The reason was that most of the mass in the capital was still at level 24, with a minority being at level 25 or 23. Their group, on the other hand, were all at level 29 with the exception of Jack at level 28. Most of the mass was unaware of their group's level as they could not see Jack's group's levels. But there are several who had high-level inspect who managed to scan them. These people's eyes turned wide when their inspect came through. Bowler was especially pleased about all this. He even took the initiative to walk in the front with his chin lifted high, fully exhibiting his pride. Everyone was stupefied by his act. The fellow could be said as the least skilled amongst those who had survived the Temple of Divine Squall's dungeon. Jack even wondered how the heck he had managed to survive while the others failed. His luck might be as potent as Jack's. When they entered Raven's Den, they met with all the ones that had joined them in the expedition, added with some new faces who were Genie's other friends and the man's remaining underlings. What's that on your head? Sweet Talk, who was now a warrior, asked. Oh, how rude. It should be a who instead of a what, Penuel complained. It talks, Sweet Talk said with a gasp. Damn right I talk, miss. Penuel flew down from Jack's head and approached Sweet Talk. My name is Penuel. You better make sure to remember that. This goes for all of you as well. All those apart from Jack's group of 8 were in fascination as they stared at the little fairy and her bossy attitude. Yes. Anyone who did not give Penuel the respect she deserves will have to face me, John announced. Jack turned to him and said, Stop sucking up to her. She will not give you any more knowledge just because of that. Everyone started to crowd around the little fairy and started to make conversation with her. Genie made a count on those presents in the meantime. They numbered 54 people. We are more than enough to fulfill the minimum member qualification, Genie said with a smile. All right, no point to delay then. Let's head to the Guilds Association, Jack suggested. Before Genie could reply, someone came over. Sister Genie, I was worried sick about you. Are you all right? Did that storm wind bully you? Jack had known the owner of that annoying voice before he turned to the guy. Swell Going was bombarding Genie with questions and displays of concern. As one of the leaders of the coming guild, can I employ my executive power to reject an applicant? Jack asked Genie. Swell Going, who heard it, shot back fiercely. Who would want to join a guild you lead? If not for Sister Genie here, no one would have been interested. Then he turned to Genie and said, Sister Genie, why do you even want to form a guild with this questionable character? If you want to be in a guild, there are plenty of top guilds that we can try to apply to. I have many friends in those guilds and they will be more than willing to put in good words for me to their top brass. Do not get cheated by someone with nefarious intention. Jack said to Genie, You see? He has no interest to join. Let's just ditch him and be on our way. Genie gave Swell Going a serious look and asked, I am going to start our own guild with them. This matter is a done deal. Do you want to follow me or not? If Sister Genie is in, of course, I won't be anywhere else. You can count on me, Swell Going replied. Jack rolled his eyes at him and said, TSK. The guild is not even formed and already a thorn inside. You are the thorn, Swell Going retorted. Do you want me to kick your ass again? Jack threatened. Try it. This is a safe zone. I will place a report to the authority and have you arrested. Dream on. I am a baron now, A small assault like that won't be considered as an offense, Jack said with a ridiculing tone as he showed off his nobility faction badge. Could you two stop acting like 10-year-old kids? Jeannie scolded the two. Now be quiet and follow. I don't want a word from the two of you anymore. Everyone started walking out of the tavern following Jeannie. Jack and Swellgoing didn't say anything more to each other after the scolding, but Jack nudged at Swellgoing when he passed by, causing him to almost double over. He stared at Jack in anger, but Jack ignored it as he dared him to push back. Swellgoing didn't take the bait as he knew Jack's strength stat was way over his. Trinity Dawn, who saw the two, could only shake her head. Maybe she should rethink the decision of joining this guild? She thought. The building of the Guilds Association had a unique design with its center part going up high, like a sword that pierced the sky. Its total size appeared to be even larger than the Adventurers and Hunters Association, which Jack considered was a pretty massive building complex already. When they entered, there were many players on the move around the hall. All of them had guild tags on their names: Crowd of Sins, White Scarfs, Death Associates, and the likes. Jeannie went and asked the receptionist about where to register for a guild and its process while the rest waited by the side. Storm Wind. Jack heard someone calling him. He turned and saw Blue Days and Dashrunner from White Scarfs. Hey, the beauty and the shorty from White Scarfs. How you doing? Jack greeted. Who the hell do you call a shorty? Dashrunner complained. Just joking, Jack chuckled. How goes your guild? How is Silverwing? Hope everything is fine. Everything just going okay, Blue Days replied. Really? You didn't get any problem from the coalition? Jack asked. They have been quiet for a while already, ever since your fight that time, so things have actually been peaceful around here. You don't know this? Have you been away? Rumors said that someone saw you leaving with that army 3 weeks ago. Was that true? Our leader had tried to message you, but he said you didn't give him a clear answer. Silverwing did send him several messages, but Jack simply replied to him that he was on a quest outside of town. As a matter of fact, yes, I was indeed with that army, Jack replied. Really? Where had you gone to? The news was that the army went rather far away from the capital. Did you visit another city? How was it? Maybe we can talk about it another time. About the coalition, it was a bit odd. Shouldn't have taken them so long to recover, right? Why are there no movements? Not sure. Words are they are focusing their effort elsewhere. Rumors are they have a pretty big guild quest that required long and complete attention. Perhaps after their loss last time, they could no longer divert their attentions. Jack gave the matter a thought. Should he change into unrivaled arcaner to gather some intelligence? But he dismissed it. He had many other things to do at the moment. No time to involve himself with the coalition. As long as they didn't cause him trouble, he would leave them alone as well. Everyone was entitled to doing quests. If they were focusing on their quests without causing a problem to others, then to Jack that was the right way of gaming. How about we go to our base and have a talk? Blue Days offered. Our leader will be eager to have a chat with you. You just want to find out about the information of the outside world, right? Jack asked. But sorry, I'm truly busy right now. Busy? Come to think of it. Why are you here? Don't tell Mayuro. That's right. We are here to register a guild, Jack declared with a wide grin. All of you. Blue Days looked at the crowd that was with Jack. They looked like a bunch of ragtag, especially since the man's group was at the forefront. Why bother? Just join our guild, Dashrunner said. Save you the hassle. Our guild is developing fast. Your future will be bright if you join us. Thank you for the offer, but I have a good feeling about this group. We will make it, Jack said. I wish you luck then, Blue Days said. Please spare some time to visit us. I will let our leader knows of your return and about you forming your guild. All right, once I am free, I will pay him a visit, Jack promised. Jeannie came back at the time and told them about what she had learned. They then went together to the counter where they could make the registration. Not far away, a player came to another who was seemingly hiding behind a pillar. What do you learn? This hiding person was Earmouth. He had recognized Jack from a distance and sent 2 of his people closer to eavesdrop on Jack's group. One was still following them while the other came back to report. Earmouth did not dare to go near them himself as he was afraid that Jack will notice him. He said he will be forming a guild. A guild? Earmouth was startled. But then again, what else is their purpose coming to this place if not that? He had to let Scarface and Red Death knew of this. That guy was already a problem alone. If his guild could prosper, it would cause them more headaches in the future. On the guild's association counter, the three supposed leaders, Jack, John, and Jeannie, were listening to the staff's explanation, while the rest were standing at the back. Unbeknownst to them, their position had instead created a fence that prevented Earmouth's spy to approach. The spy was grumbling in his mind. Didn't they know they do not need these many persons to register? One needed at least 30 members to form a guild, but it was not necessary to have all of them presented here. They simply needed those 30 to be on standby to receive an invitation message and simply click accept. Jack and the rest actually knew about this, but everyone still chose to come as they were all rather looking forward to forming this guild. So, the last thing I need now was a 20 gold fee and the name of your guild. The staff at the counter told Jack, Jeannie, and John. 20? Wasn't it 10 the last time? Jack protested. 20 is the new fee, the staff informed nonchalantly. Guess there is also inflation in this world, John commented. That's right, you should not treat the price in the shops as fixed. Things might get more expensive now that more of you Outworlders appeared and increased the acquisition of coins from the wilderness, Penuel explained. I don't like this. It reminded me of the headache from trying to follow our real world's finance, Jack complained. It is what it is, John said. Now go ahead and pay. The hell? Why is it me? Aren't we supposed to share this between the three of us? You are the wealthiest here. Don't lie. Penuel told me how many gold coins you have. You did? Jack asked Penuel. I didn't, Penuel replied. Jack rolled his eyes at John and grumbled. You lying son of a bitch. But I still know you are the wealthiest, John said. Come on, it was just gold coins. Here, I will give 10 gold coins. Jeannie took the initiative to stop the discourse. Jack held her hands. It's okay, Jack said, then took out 20 gold coins and gave them to the counter staff. Jeannie tried to insist. I'm fine really. As you said, this is 3 of us together. It won't be right if you fork out all of the registration fees. Here, take my coins. Jack waved him away. Don't worry about it. This amount is nothing to me. John, on the other hand, was just wearing a smug smile without any bad feeling at all. Now all that left is the guild name. What will it be? The staff asked. The 3 of them were silent for a long time. That's right, they haven't talked about a name. They looked at each other and had wry smiles. They had been so passionate about this that they forgot to think up a name. It's just a name, just make one up, John said. Me? Jack asked. I have no idea. I leave the naming to you, Jeannie said. Yeah, you are the one that paid the registration fee, so you have the right to decide the name, John added. More like you didn't want the bother to think one up. Jack gave John a side eye. Jack gave the matter a brief thought. He then asked the staff, how do I input the name? Just type it here. The staff replied as something like a keyboard panel appeared on the desk surface. Jack then went ahead and typed the name. After he was done, the staff looked at it for a bit, pressed something, and then said, all right, now your guild, number 1 Legends, is formally registered. Wait. Both John and Jeannie yelled out, then asked the counter staff, what's the guild's name again? Number 1 Legends. Jack was the one who answered them. What kind of name is that? Jeannie uttered. Yeah, no class at all. John added. Then to the staff he asked, can we change the name? Jack was speechless. What was that about them saying he had the right to decide the guild's name? You can change the name since I have not input it into the main system, but still I will need to charge you 3 gold coins for the change. Do you confirm to change? 3 gold coins? Why so expensive just for a simple change? John complained. He then turned to Jack. Hey, if you want to change, you pay for it. I'm not spending more coins, Jack said before the guy asked. I will pay, Jeannie said and handed the coins. All right, Please re-input the name again. The keyboard panel appeared again. I'll do it. John took initiative now. He did some typing then uttered, "Done." Before the staff press anything, Jeannie asked first, "What was written there?" The staff read the words out. He typed, "Extreme undying reaching after heaven." "That's even worse." Jeannie called out. "Yeah, it's too long," Jack commented. "You should shorten it. People will have a problem calling our guild's name if it's too long." "That's not the problem," Jeannie uttered. Then to the staff she said, "Please cancel that. You've not yet pressed enter, right? I don't need to pay another 3 gold coins, do I?" The staff sighed. "You don't need €2, okay? I've erased it. Please, put the correct one this time." As Jeannie was about to type, John said, "Perhaps you should tell us first the name you want to put in?" Jeannie looked at them and said, "Everlasting Rose." "What the hell, no? For heaven's sake, stop." Both Jack and John reacted almost the same despite uttering different objection words. Jack added, "Sister, that is too feminine. I can guarantee you if you use that name, we are going to lose almost half of our members immediately. The man there is surely not going to stay inside a guild with such a name." "Then what do you suggest?" Jeannie asked. She was glum. Jack thought for a bit before saying, "Try to think of the first thing that comes into your mind." "The hell? Are you going to try that stupid trick by combining 3 words that came into each of our minds again?" John asked. "It worked the last time, didn't it?" Jack countered. "You people are entertaining," Penuel commented with a chuckle as she perched on top of Jack's head. "Hey, if you're not going to help, please don't ridicule," Jack told her. "What's the matter? Why take so long?" Bowler came by and asked. "Nothing. Please wait over there. We are discussing something," John told him. Bowler gave him an irritated look, but he still went away. Why chased him away? "Perhaps he can give a good idea for a name," Jack said. "I seriously doubt that," John said. "And too many opinions and ideas will just end up muddle things up. No, we 3 have to decide by ourselves." Ahem. They heard the staff made a sound and said, "Can you people hurry up, please? I still have other things to deal with €. John thought for a bit before finally saying, "All right, let's try using your stupid trick. Each of us picks 1 word from the name we have given, then we combine them and see. I go first, heaven." Legends?" Jack said. "Everlasting then," Jeannie uttered. "If I said rose, you guys will say it's too feminine again." After hearing them, John said, "Everlasting heavenly legends. €1, I guess it's acceptable." "It's cool. Go for it," Jack exclaimed. "I don't know, sounds too arrogant," Jeannie said. "Then we have to make our guild the best there is, so we can live up to its arrogant name," John said. "Are you trying to put pressure on us to have us aim for the top as to how you like it even before we begin?" Jeannie asked. "Pressure is good. It helps us grow. I concur with this name." Jack expressed his support to the name again. Jeannie finally relented. "Okay, fine. Let me do the honor." John typed in the name. The staff read out the name. "Everlasting Heavenly Legends." "Is this confirmed already? No one going to ask for a change anymore, right?" When he saw no objection from the 3, he said, "All right then. As of this moment, Everlasting Heavenly Legends is established. You will need 30 members to join within a day's time to formalize the guild. Also, who will be the main leader among the 3 of you?" "Main leader? Can't we 3 be leaders?" Jack asked. "I can make the other 2 co-leaders, which is also the limit for a beginning guild, but I still need one as the main. Please decide." "Then make Jeannie the main leader," Jack told the staff without hesitation. "Me? Are you sure?" Jeannie was surprised. "Yeah. You will be the main face of our guild, right? You will be the one out there to lead. John and I are supports with his planning and my fighting skill." "I see, all right. I accept," Jeannie said. "Okay. I will formalize it," the staff said. "There will be perks and powers available to leader and co-leaders upon the management of the guild, but you will have to learn of them by yourself." "Don't worry. I will guide them," Penuel chimed in. The staff didn't comment, Whether these people did well or not managing their guild was not his concern. At that moment Jack, John, and Jeannie heard a notification voice that their guild had been established, and that they could check and manage them via the guild interface inside their status window. The three went and checked it without delay. There was a new page labeled as Guild. Guild name, Everlasting Heavenly Legends. Guild level, 1, reputation, 0/100, 000, comma, guild members, 3/500, note, 30 members required before the time limit expired. Time limit, 23 hours 59 minutes, comma, gold coin, 0, members, comma, main leader, Genie, Knight, level 29, comma, co-leader, Stormwind, Warrior, level 28, comma, co-leader, St. John, Mage, level 29. There were some tabs below the guild page, invite, quest, and some that were still blank. They immediately went to work and sent out invites to each of their respective friends. Flame and the others soon received their invites and accepted accordingly. When Jack saw how John was relaxing, he said, "I know you have 2 friends who joined, but it's not like you don't know any of the rest. Help to send the invites as well. Out of the people here, only you 2, Tip and Trap, who were in my friend list," John replied. They could only invite people who were on their friend list to join the guild. "Why didn't you add them to your friend list?" Jack asked. "I have, they rejected," John answered. "You really need to work on that attitude of yours," Jack commented. For the man's underlings, Jack promoted the man to an officer. There were 5 ranks below the rank of leader and co-leaders, which were counselor, officer, veteran, associate, and trainee. Every new recruit got the status of trainee. Penuel informed him the lowest rank who could initiate an invite on behalf of the guild was the rank of officer. But an invite by an officer still needed to be confirmed by the leaders, which Jack confirmed after the man sent the invites. This way, he did not have to put all of the man's underlings into his friend list. In their current guild level, they could only elect a limit of 4 counselors and 10 officers. Penuel informed that these numbers would increase once their guild level increased. Guild level increased by gaining sufficient reputation by performing guild quests, which could be picked up from the Hall of Quests within this guild's association. Penuel also advised there might be special guild quests that were received via special circumstances. Such a quest depended on fortunate encounters. So the Hall of Quests was not the only source of guild quests. If a guild's reputation was high enough, a native might even approach them to issue a guild quest. Or if someone with high enough influence skill was within the guild, such a circumstance could also occur. Hearing that, Jack thought that he should develop more relationships with the nobles to increase his influence skill. With all the invites completed, the guild now had a total of 54 members and was now an official guild in this world. They all then went to the Hall of Quests to pick up some quests to start building up their guild's reputation. Only one person was needed to apply for a quest, but everyone went over to check on the quests. Applied quest would appear inside the quest tab of each member's guild page. Any members could then perform or complete the quests by fulfilling the tasks instructed by the quests. There were a large number of quests in the Hall of Quests. Many of the quests required menial tasks such as cleaning monsters in an area, or mining for materials and submitting them, or gathering specific monsters' parts. A total of 10 such quests could be picked up at a time, but the reputation points given were trivial. There were some that gave out decent reputation points, but such quest fell under exclusive quest, which had a more difficult task with a time limit, and one guild could only accept one such quest at a time. Also, failure to fulfill the task within the time limit would instead reduce the guild's reputation points. They could not yet pick up such a quest yet because the requirement of applying for the quest was to have at least the same amount of reputation points as the penalty. So, a beginner guild could not abuse the fact that they still had no reputation points to lose by trying their luck on such exclusive guild quests. As the others were studying the available guild quests, Jack said to John and Jeannie, "Let's go purchase land to build our guild base. I heard there will be additional functions once we have a base. Ain't that right, Penuel?" "That is right, but rather than waste your time to get a guild base, I have a better proposition," Penuel answered. But first, I have to ask, do you really have the confidence to raid that bandit outpost? What Penuel referred to was the bandit outpost that they had encountered after Jack's duel with Red Death. Jack had mentioned to her once during the expedition that he planned to take on the outpost once they returned. Penuel had pointed out at the time that he must be kidding, but Jack said that he had a method that might work. He did not elaborate on what that method was though. Bandit outpost? What that got to do with our guild base? Jack asked. Bandit outpost? John was intrigued. He gestured for everyone to move with him to a quiet corner before asking Penuel to continue. Because the first guild that managed to raid a bandit outpost in a region would have the option to reconstruct it into a guild headquarter. Guild headquarter? Will it give better benefits than a guild base? John asked. Oh, mister. Much more than you can expect, Penuel replied. A guild headquarter could be said the pinnacle which every guild could strive for. Only by having a guild headquarter can a guild truly start to pursue its fullest potential. Another thing was, one region could only support one guild headquarter. If another guild wishes to build one, they had to either raid a bandit outpost in another region or attack the current guild headquarter. So, while no guild was still aware of this yet, you could use this chance to seize the region closest to this capital. But that, of course, if you can really take on that outpost. Do you really have the confidence? In theory, should be possible, Jack replied. But I need to do some preparation first. How long? John asked. Around 2 days, maybe. Something I need to check and make sure first, Jack answered. Anything we can do to help? Jeannie asked. Yeah, describe your plan to me, John said. It's not something that any of you can help with. If it works, there is no need for a strategy, Jack replied. Well, if you say so. I will leave that to you then, John said. There is really nothing we can help with? Jeannie asked. Her tone showed her worry. Don't worry about that outpost. Leave that to me, Jack said confidently. You guys worked with these people on the guild quests. I will leave these guild quests to you all. 3 days from now, if you people want to follow me to take on that bandit outpost, you are welcomed. I will let you know then of the time. Are you leaving now? John asked. Yeah, I need to go outside of town to find out about these things I said that need checking. It's better if I do this as soon as possible, Jack replied. Can you leave Penuel with me? There is much I want to ask about this guild business, John said. Well, I don't mind if it's only a day or 2, Jack said. I'm not something that can be left behind, mister, Penuel said as he flicked Jack's nose. I'm soul linked to you. I can't leave your side too far. If you move too far away, I will simply get pulled away in whatever direction you are moving. If there is an obstacle, I will simply phase out before getting teleported directly to your side after a certain amount of time. Oh, sorry then. You heard her, Jack said to John. How about this? Let's meet again later tonight at Ellie's restaurant. I will book 2 adjacent VIP rooms. You can stay in one of the rooms with Penuel discussing whatever you need to discuss. I will be in the other room with Silverwing. He had received Silverwing's message again not long after Blue Days left. He had agreed to meet later to have a chat. That's fine also. See you later then, John said. Earmouth's spy was dismayed as he watched the trio from a distance. He had been pretending to watch the list of quests as he eavesdropped on their conversation. But then they suddenly moved to a secluded corner. If he followed, they were sure to get suspicious. The last thing he had heard was something about a bandit outpost and guild base. He stayed there and silently watched. After some time had passed, one of the 3, Stormwind, their guild's number 1 nemesis, split away and went to the exit. The other 2 came back and talked with their other members as they chose on the guild quests to take on. Seeing there was nothing he could learn more, he returned to Earmouth and reported everything he had heard. Everlasting Heavenly Legends? Such an absurd and pompous name, Earmouth commented. He reviewed all that his spy had reported. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary of a budding guild, but that bandit outpost thing mentioned by that small flying creature sounded important. Where did they find that creature anyway? Was that a pet? But why would the discussion of a guild base turn to bandit outpost? After compiling everything he had learned, he wrote a message and sent them to Scarface. Out of a hunch, He also sent a message to one of their people who was in charge of gathering information from the library. He asked them to pay attention in case they found any information pertaining to the bandit outpost. Before Jack left the capital, he went to restock on all the things he had lost during his expedition. Recovery potions, magic stones, lockpicks, disarm tools, and some magic scrolls. What he found out was the inflation had happened everywhere. The basic healing potion that was only 60 copper was now 1 silver and 20 copper coins. Lockpicks were now 30 copper coins each. The most ridiculous increase was magic scrolls. The arcane turbulence was now 2 gold coins, while the fireball was 5 gold coins. He still did not find any chain lightning scroll again, but he would expect the price of that scroll to go up to 10 gold coins if compared with the others. The town return scroll, on the other hand, did not increase as much, at 20 silver coins, only double from the original. He suspected these magic scrolls were adjusted by the system so as to not getting abused in their usage. Their cheap early prices were to help players get by as they were getting used to this world. A pity. If he had known, he would have stocked up more before the price increased. Penuel said he had no idea about such inflation. This was all random according to her, so she had no way of knowing such events. Penuel also advised him to not get too dependent on those scrolls. Their effectiveness would decrease the more Outworlders leveled up. After all, the scrolls mostly contained standard spells at the lowest level. The highest level of the spell in a scroll Jack had seen was at level 3, while if players had learned the spells, they could level them up to level 20. So the scrolls were only good for low-level players. But following the inflation, new things popped up in the store, such as the healing potion which they had bought from the army supply station. He also glanced at the equipment store and saw that many level 25 weapons and armors were on display as well, still only common grade though. After finished restocking, he went to the Hunters Association to cash in all his trophy loots he had collected during the expedition and submit his completed hunting quests. Even with all those hefty trophy loots, he still lost 3 gold coins after deducting the coins he spent for restockings, all due to the price inflation. He also received 381 hunter points for it. Although these points were more than he usually received in one hunting trip due to all the quests were from high difficulty quests, but he had also only taken one hunting trip in the past 3 weeks, meaning his hunter points were more likely behind others already. Out of curiosity, he checked on the exclusive exchange item list. He was thinking to take that camouflage tent if it was still available. Turned out all the items in that exclusive list had been taken already by others. At this rate, others would more likely get to the gold rank hunter before him. He had gone ahead of others in level but fell behind in hunter points. Couldn't help it, Jack thought. You gain something, you likely lose something as well. Everyone had the same amount of time, he could only spend them at one thing at a time. The important thing was to spend the time efficiently. Hence he didn't lament too much about his hunting points falling behind. He picked up another 10 hunting quests. He didn't plan another efficient hunting route this time, however. The ones he picked were monsters that were around the area where the bandit outpost was located. He had asked Penuel what monster in Silver Hall that were in that region. After finished picking up the hunting quests, he went over to the Adventurers Association next door. He didn't take any job from there, but any quest not associated with other faction quests could still be reported. So he went and reported the completed chain quest Duchess Cure and the Investigate the Strange Disease quest in Thesewall. He didn't receive any coins nor experience for those as those rewards had already been granted when those quests were completed, but he received adventurer's points for them. The chain quest gave an especially abundance of points for being multiple quest lines and also for being of high grade. Although it was not an actual SSS grade as Penuel mentioned, it was not a low grade as well. He received 6,238 adventurer points from those 2 quests. He checked on his badge after receiving those points. VIP Silver Adventurer Badge, Adventurer Points, 7,854, Available Points, 6,774. He needed 10,000 points to become a gold rank adventurer. Looking at his current points, he might still have the chance to become a gold rank first before others. He also checked on the Silver Hall's exclusive exchange list. All the remaining exclusive items had also been taken by others. The competition was truly tough, he thought. After finishing with those two neutral factions, he finally headed out of the city. He summoned his steed and went directly to the area where the bandit outpost was at. The density of monsters in the vicinity of the capital was not as crowded as the faraway regions he had seen during the expedition. Also, their levels were lower, hence his steed had no problem avoiding them during his travel. He arrived in the area where the outpost was located before long, but he didn't go near it. He went around searching for the thing he was looking for while killing the monsters that were on his hunting quest list. He spent the entire afternoon roaming around the place until sunset before he returned to the capital. He did not complete all his hunting quests on this trip. The quests were only secondary. He had another objective on that trip. During the time he spent in the wilderness, he also received a message from William of Wellington, congratulating him on establishing his guild. Word travels fast, he thought. He arrived in Ellie's restaurant a bit later than his appointment time with Silverwing. He had contacted Ellie this morning about his return and requested the VIP rooms. He went immediately upstairs. Before that, though, he went to the next room where John and Jeannie were at. He left Penuel with them before he met with Silverwing. Bluedays and Sinreaper were also in the room with him. Silverwing started their conversation by congratulating him for have formed a guild. He hoped that their two guilds could become allies and would benefit each other in the future. After he expressed courtesy, he went into the main topic. He was very interested in the outside world. Even until now, no guild had managed to send their teams to a different city by normal means. They had found out about the caravan function and had some of their people worked on their haggling skills to be accepted into the trade association. However, only the member of the association could use the caravan function, and the towns available to them were small or medium-sized ones, which they were not allowed to use the zone portal unless they were part of Themisphere Kingdom. To get to the large-sized city where they could use the zone portal to teleport, they needed to reach a certain rank within the trade association, and the points required were large and required a long amount of time and effort to accrue. Jack told him about their experience, as Silverwing and his retinues listened with fascination. He didn't tell them about the experience-gathering trick by utilizing NPCs though, but even if he did, there was nothing they could do. It was not like there was a way for them to gain command of an army even if they wanted to. They did express interest in how he managed to join the Kingdom faction though, which allowed him to go on that expedition. He simply said that he had done a quest for a duke, which impressed him enough that he had received an invite to join the Kingdom faction. Hearing that, Silverwing secretly sent messages to his questing teams to search for all quests pertaining to nobles and for them to perform those quests with merit. Jack also mentioned meeting another country's force, which turned out to be a nation of orcs. He did not mention the other 5 countries, though, as he had not seen those other races himself. He had only heard them from Penuel, so he kept that to himself. He also mentioned the existence of a player organization called Worldmaker, which worked together with an NPC force called Cult of Phobos. He asked them to be wary of this organization and to give him the information if they ever met such a guild. Silverwing promised to do so. Jack didn't spend too long a time chatting with Silverwing. He excused himself once he thought was appropriate. Before he left, Silverwing asked another question. "What is your level now?" 28. Jack replied honestly. The 3 gasped. They were at level 25 and they had just gotten to that level not long ago, and they knew for a fact that most of the other players were still at level 24. What if I tell them the rest of the surviving expedition members were level 29? He thought. Though it would be entertaining to see their reactions, Jack decided against it. He left the room. After he left the room, he did not immediately go to the room next door that housed John and Jeannie. Instead, he went to another VIP room not far away. The reason was because he had gotten a message from Ellie about a guest. He went into the room and uttered, "Heya! How are you doing?" "Just Dylan." Dylan, who heard him, said, "Can you please drop that? It's very childish. You know perfectly what I meant when I asked you to just call my name by Dylan." And then to Ellie, he said, "What is he doing here anyway? Hey, is that how you talk about your employer? And aren't you still a kid? What's wrong with being childish with you?" Jack said and took a seat beside Ellie. There were 3 drinks on the table and 3 plates of peanuts as snacks for the 3 of them. "You are the only kid here. And what employer? Aren't you just a middleman? Dylan replied with a scoff. Jack had told Ellie to keep his ownership of this restaurant a secret. All right, let's stop ridiculing each other. So, you brought the rosemary we asked for? Jack asked. He did, Ellie answered. How many? Enough to make around 30 dishes. So few. Few my ass. Diane spat out after hearing Jack's comment. Do you know how difficult it is to find that ingredient? I've roamed through 2 towns and only managed to find one at a corner shop. It only has a limited stock. I'm charging the maximum price here for that ingredient. Price is no problem. How soon can you get another batch? Jack asked. Maybe another week. The shop owner did say that he will try to procure a larger amount after I promise to buy them all again. It will probably be faster if I don't have to use a caravan and can teleport directly there using Zone Portal. But the promise of that Duke doesn't come through. No invitation for me to join the Kingdom faction is yet to appear. No need to complain. He only said that he will try his best. He did not exactly give you his promise. Why are you defending him? Are you his good friend? As a matter of fact, I am. Jack replied with a grin, remembering when the Duke clapped his shoulder and expressed his appreciation. Stop boasting, Dylan said. Then to Ellie he said, for this second rosemary batch, I want front payment. No problem, Jack said. Why are you the one answering? I ain't talking to you, Dylan replied curtly. No problem, Ellie answered. Dylan looked back and forth between Jack and Ellie, trying to figure out their relationship. Ellie added, since you have proven to be such a good procurer, I have several other ingredients that I needed. Here is the list. If you can get them, I don't mind paying for the maximum price as well. She then turned to Jack and asked, what do you think? I think that is a good arrangement, Jack replied. Dylan looked back and forth again between the two of them. He then decided to not think too much about it. Matters of the employer were not his business. All he needed was to procure the requested supplies. Kept the business strictly professional. He glanced at the list given by Ellie. There were a lot of ingredients inside. Considering the restaurant's booming business, they must have afforded lots of unconventional recipes that needed many rare ingredients. He had been eating the peanuts while conversing. He now found out that his plate was empty. Out of the 3, only Jack did not touch his plate. Dylan pointed at Jack's plate. Do you mind? Go nuts, Jack said. Dylan chuckled. Heh, that's a good one. Then he took the peanuts on Jack's plate and continued munching while reading Ellie's list. When his eyes arrived at one of the ingredients in the list, he couldn't help but blurt out, small poison gland? What's a restaurant needed this ingredient for? To poison a customer? Ellie simply shrugged and said, it's something a friend of mine asked for. By friend, of course, she meant Jack, who had sent him the request beforehand. He needed that ingredient to give to Pointy Tip to create the poison salve. The large poison gland that he gave Tip could only produce 20 doses. He would need to source the ingredient if he needed a stable supply. Dylan decided not to pry. As he thought before, kept it professional. He stored the list as Ellie handed the gold coins for him. After receiving the front payment, he stood up and headed for the door. Leaving already? No chat with your old pal? Jack asked. What old pal? I just met you twice including now. Dylan then looked at Ellie and said, I will let you know once I got the ingredients. After he went out the door, Ellie said to Jack, you really enjoy teasing that boy, don't you? Despite his all-serious business manner. He is a fun kid, Jack replied. How long do you need to cook all that 30 dishes of well-done steak? What's the hurry? If I don't have to cook for other customers' orders, I can cook them all within one day. Do you want to introduce this dish to the public immediately? Oh, they are not for selling. I want all those 30 dishes for myself. You can just deduct the cost from my share of profits, Jack replied. The well-done steak gave a boost of 20% for EXP received within 6 hours. He needed it as he had to generate lots of EXP to satisfy the gluttonous lightning god blessing. Otherwise, he would not be able to level up at all. All right, but I can only cook during my off time if it is not for the customer. Might need several days for all 30 dishes. Don't worry, You won't be cooking for customers tomorrow. Why is that? Ellie was puzzled by Jack's statement. Jack gave him a wide grin before saying, We are going to upgrade the restaurant. After informing Ellie of his intention, he let her went to inform the employees about the coming upgrade. Considering the previous upgrade, it should take at least 1 day for the process. They would start the upgrade process once the restaurant closed, which was in half an hour time more. He decided to go to the room which John and Jeannie were at, as he waited for the restaurant to close. When he entered, he saw that the two were still discussing heatedly with Penuel. Since the guild's success would be tied to Jack's success as well, Penuel didn't have reservations to keep information from the two. The two didn't waste the chance as they asked everything they could think of. Seeing the three were so focused, Jack didn't disturb them and just sat at the corner and watched them. He soon lost interest as he was always not that into such technical stuff. He would leave much of the guild business to the two. A waiter soon came and informed them that the restaurant was closing. Jack was grinning as the two reluctantly stopped their questionings. He told them there would be more opportunities later. It's not like Penuel was going anywhere. Once they left, Jack went to the cashier and took away his profits. 3 weeks had passed since he last took his profits, hence it had accumulated. Even after deducting Dylan's payment, he still received 59 gold coins. He had a total of 398 gold coins in his bag. He then activated the restaurant's upgrade interface. Time to upgrade the restaurant. Once he paid the 150 gold coins fee, the upgrade system was activated. A notification was heard inside the restaurant that renovation would start in 5 minutes and would take 2 days to complete. 2 days? So higher upgrade requires a longer time to complete. Jack pondered. Once the 5 minutes was up, the entire restaurant was covered by the same opaque cloth that appeared the last time he upgraded Amy's bakery. Now all he needed to do was wait. He gave some gold coins to Ellie for her to hire extra workers or for any other things that might be needed once the restaurant was done renovating, just in case if he was not available. He then took a rest in Amy's bakery. The girl bombarded her with questions once he showed up. He had been absent for 3 weeks after all. Entertaining the girl, he told her about his adventure during the expedition. He omitted the part about the scary encounter with the god of fear though, lest she would just worry about him. He told the girl and her mother, much to their joy, that he would upgrade the bakery tomorrow morning. He didn't do it immediately tonight as he wanted to spend a good night's rest in his room first. He also took the profit that had been saved up in the bakery since he went on the expedition. The total amount was 41 gold coins. The next morning, he was admiring the two buildings side by side being covered by opaque cloth. His wallet had taken a deep dip, but he didn't mind. He believed the eventual return was worth these investments. Before he went out to do his survey around the bandit outpost again, he took the time going to the Noble District. He visited the Magic Association shop and saw that the inflation had also affected this store. The disruptive bomb was now 3 gold coins each. He still had a number of the bombs in his storage, so he did not buy any extra. He might need the coins for something else later. But he bought 1 reset potion which now cost 5 gold coins. He went to Commander Quintus' tower afterward. An officer was manning the commander's desk. He reported his 2 Kingdom factions quests, Expedition to Temple of Divine Squall and escorting Prince Alonso. When he gave his Themisphere Nobility faction badge for the officer to check, the officer frowned at him and asked, "Where are the prince and the duke?" "Oh, they are safe and are on their way back as we speak," Jack answered. He could roughly predict what's going to happen next. After the officer checked the quest report within the badge, Jack received some coins and experiences for them. As for the merit points, he received a standard reward of 150 merit points for the expedition quest and 100 merit points for the escorting quest. As for the variables, obtain the All-Curse Expulsion Potion, 500 merit points, assist in repelling invading force during the expedition, 200 merit points, complete the objective of the expedition in less than 1 month, 300 merit points, leaving the expedition before its return to the capital, deduct 100 merit points, save the prince during precarious situation, 600 merit points, keep the prince safe during the latter half of the war with invading force, 100 points, Using the prince as bait during the war with invading force. Deduct 100 points. Not by the prince's side most of the time. Deduct 100 merit points, leaving the prince before his return to the capital. Deduct 300 merit points. A multitude of curse words was flashing in Jack's mind. But after a deep breath and a calm consideration, he did acknowledge that he was not the ideal bodyguard model. He should act like Bailey at least to be an acceptable standard of a bodyguard. So, it was correct to say that he did not perform well for the escorting Prince Alonso quest. His only solace was that he had managed to save the prince from certain death. Otherwise, this quest would have been totally minus points for him. The officer returned his badge. Jack checked and saw that his total merit points were 1,870 points. He was 130 points left from becoming Viscount. Just a little bit more, he lamented. He had no time for doing a faction quest now. He still had many things he needed to take care of. But out of curiosity, he asked the officer if there were any nobility faction quests available. The officer informed him there were 3. Typical fuckery, Jack cursed in his mind. When he was looking for one, there was none. Now that he had no time to do the quest, there were even 3 of them available. The officer showed him the quests. He just browsed through them absent-mindedly as he did not intend to take the quest. They would just tantalize him. But as he pulled his gaze away, he suddenly turned it back again. One of the quests captured his attention. Deliver a parcel to Knight Captain Matthias. Isn't that the Captain Ofiuro? Jack grinned. Perhaps he could become a Viscount while not disrupting his current task after all. He proceeded to request for that quest. He was given a medium-sized package. When he tried to put it into his inventory, he was unable to. Perhaps this was like one of those trade items that Dylan mentioned could not be inserted into their storage bag. He took a rope and tied the parcel to his back. He then went out and hailed a carriage to take him to the city gate, before summoning his steed and went off into the wilderness. He went to the area near the bandit outpost like yesterday and roamed around like yesterday, killing some monsters in the process. During his roaming, he found the Knight Captain Matthias, who were leading patrolling troops safeguarding the region around the capital. Such patrolling troops were the reason that not many high-level monsters were present in the vicinity of the city. After delivering the parcel, Jack continued his roaming until late afternoon before returning to the capital after sunset. He went back to Commander Quintus Tower at once to report the quest. He received 50 merit points as a standard reward, with a small sum of coins and experience. For completing the quest within the same day as when he received the quest, he was awarded additional 100 merit points. There was no minus point this time, luckily. The total points he received were 150 merit points. A small sum, but considering it was a simple delivery quest, such a number made sense. Of course, it was only simple because he had actually seen that Knight Captain when he was roaming the area a day before. For anyone else, they might need to waste several days to find out about the captain's location. Not to mention, due to the parcel could not be stored inside the storage bag, there would be a risk of it getting damaged. The longer one holding onto it, the bigger such risk happening. Jack surmised that minus points would be awarded if the parcel was damaged or if he took too many days to deliver the parcel. Despite the small amount, the merit points awarded were just enough to elevate him into Viscount rank. He didn't get any perk for becoming a Viscount. However, he was now allowed to exchange his merit points. Perhaps this could be considered a perk as well. He asked for the exchange list. The officer showed the list but informed him that this was the list available to Viscount rank. As his rank increased, there would be more items added to the list. Jack thanked him as he started to review the exchange list. Standard training ground equals 20 merit / 2 hours. Use bronze mining cave equals 20 merit / 3 hours. Use training cave, level 1 to 20, equals 30 merit / 5 hours. Use training cave, level 20 to 30, equals 50 merit / 5 hours. It was a short list. So this was what they meant by the merit points were not to be exchanged for items. They were to be exchanged for the right to use kingdom-owned facilities. He had experienced the training ground. His points were better used in Commander Quintus' training ground in this regard. During his Kingdom Factions initiation quest, he had gone into a mining quest with the cadets. Bailey had told him that he needed permission if he wanted to mine inside those caves. He guessed that permission was by using his merit points. As for the training caves, he had also gone to one with Lindsay when he was staying at Commander Quintus' residences. So he more or less was already familiar with the facilities provided in this exchange list. When you said you have a good place for me to gain EXP, did you mean this level 20 to 30 training cave? Jack asked Penuel, who was floating by his side. Nope, Penuel replied. I suggest you don't use your merit points yet. You will need them later. Oh? I can use them for other things? Or do you mean when I become the next rank, Earl? Later, Penuel simply replied. Jack didn't push further. He gave his gratitude and left. He headed for his next destination. Time to ask Gruff for some compensation. What do you mean he is out? Jack asked. Which part of out don't you understand? Out is out, the man behind the receptionist counter uttered. Out my ass. You were still asking me what my business looking for him. Only when I mentioned my name that you said that he is out. He asked you to say that when it is me coming to look for him. Didn't he? Kid, don't make me throw you out, the man behind the counter warned. Despite being a receptionist, the man was a level 40 elite human. Jack was in the League of Champions building looking for Gruff. The receptionist that he was talking to was cordial until he mentioned his name. Looking at the situation, he had no doubt that Gruff fellow was avoiding him. Irresponsible old geezer, Jack cursed. Since he could not find that old fucker, he did not push the issue. He asked instead, where can I submit a completed faction quest? The receptionist turned back to a warm and friendly personality with the biggest smile possible as he answered. You can submit a completed quest at the counter where you get your badge, honored member. Asshole. It was clear that this receptionist had been instructed by Gruff. Jack complained in his mind when he saw the change in the receptionist's treatment again. Jack went and reported the quest that was given by Gruff. He received a little EXP and coins and got 10 challenge points. He checked his League of Champions badge. It had 68 challenge points in them. The 58 points he had gotten out of performing the various tasks depicted on the stele that was shown by Gruff the last time he was here. 3 weeks during the expedition had allowed him to net these points. With those points in hand, he went to the Colosseum-like circular courtyard with the panels of Roman numerals on its circular wall. Some natives were using those panels, same as he last visited. He observed them for a bit before going to the panel marked with a capital letter I, which was the lowest Roman numeral symbolizing number 1. He stood in front of that panel and have his badge touched the large protruding number, imitating what the other natives did. He soon heard a notification asking him if he would like to take on the Stage 1 challenge. A holographic interface appeared in front of the protruding number. He clicked the Accept button on that holographic interface. As soon as the Accept button was pressed, he felt himself getting sucked into the panel. He experienced similar things as when he went into a dungeon and soon came out into an empty space. The setup was awfully similar to the space where he had fought with Eldingar inside the dungeon of Temple of Divine Squall. Not long after, a level 10 silver wolf of basic grade materialized in front of him. Huh? The silver wolf lunged at him without any ceremony. Stormbreaker came out into Jack's hand as he used Flame Strike, killing the wolf with a single slash. Congratulations, you have passed Stage 1. He soon found himself back again in front of panel number 1. It was as if he never left. Well, that was awfully easy, Jack thought. He then went to the next panel with 2 capital letters I, symbolizing the Roman numeral of 2. He did the same process and was sent to the same empty space again. The difference was, now there were 2 level 11 silver wolves. I see. So not only did the monsters' level increase at higher stages, but their quantity was also added. He completed the second stage in an instant as well. He proceeded to the third stage without pause. And so he continued on in the same manner until he reached stage 11, where he fought 10 level 18 gray sabercats, 5 elite grades and 5 basic ones. The addition of level and quantity was not always fixed. The type of monster also changed after several stages, with the elite grade started to appear from stage 7. He imagined that the challenge would just get more difficult as he went to higher stages. One thing he found out when fighting in that space, he could not drink potions or use any tools. Apparently, one needed to rely on their own strength to pass these challenge tests. He wondered how high he could reach with his current strength. Even for high-level natives like Gruff, he was stuck at stage 79. Sadly, he could not find out at the moment he had run out of challenge points. He only had 2 points left. He accumulated 66 glory points out of beating those 11 stages without failing. He went to the counter where he had been given the badge and asked if he could exchange those glory points. The staff on the counter showed him the list. Similar to Adventurers and Hunters Association, the list contained numerous items, weapons, armors, materials, and so on. There was no exclusive item list, but several ones were marked with the sign, Limit 1. He deduced that it meant he could only exchange one time for those items. And almost all of these items marked by the limit sign were monster books. "Hey! Where are the warrior skills I was promised?" Jack complained. "You are at the lowest rank. You think they will just give access to their special skills for any new recruit?" Penuel said. "But I remembered that Gruff said I can at least get basic or advanced skill at the lower rank." The lower rank he meant might not be the starter rank you have now. To him, the second rank is still considered low. Or he might just simply lie to you back then, like how he lied about that quest he gave you. "That lying old geezer," Jack cursed. "What stage do I have to beat to get to the next rank? Can you show him?" Penuel said to the counter staff instead. The staff clicked on something and a display was shown. Principales equals beginning rank, Pilus equals beat stage 30, Centurion equals beat stage 50, Primus equals beat stage 60, Angusticlavian equals beat stage 70, Prefectress equals beat stage 80, Laticlavian equals beat stage 90, Legatus equals beat stage 100, stage 30. Jack mumbled and made some calculations. "I will need at least 399 challenge points for that. That also considers if I beat all those challenges without failing once." "Don't worry, you will accumulate them in time," Penuel encouraged. "During the expedition, mostly it was the soldiers who did the attacking and killing the monsters. That's why you didn't get as many points that last 3 weeks. You need to be the one doing the killing in order to get the points. The place where I will take you to accumulate EXP, you will do all the actions yourself, so you should be able to accumulate challenge points faster. Now, use your points to exchange for those monster books." "Oh? Are they good?" Jack asked. "They will be in the long run," Penuel answered. "But if I do that, when I rank up, I might not have enough points to exchange for new skills." Jack expressed his worry. "These books do not lose to skills. Just grab them already." Penuel insisted. "Fine. Which ones should I get?" Jack asked, deciding not to argue further. There were 12 of those books, marks with the names of undead, humanoid, reptile, draconic, beast, avian, insect, elemental, darkness, demon, magical, and outlaw. Each cost 20 glory points, so he could only get 3 books with his current available points. Take the humanoid, reptile, and beast first. You encountered them more for now. Jack processed the exchange. After he received them, he asked Penuel, "So, are you going to tell me now what these books do exactly?" "It recorded all the monsters that you have killed in the wilderness. Try open one." Jack opened the beast book and saw the first page had an illustration of the silver wolf. There were texts below, illustrating the beast's strengths and weaknesses. The illustration suddenly moved, startling Jack. The wolf in the picture moved around as if it was attacking and avoiding an attack. You can read about any monsters of the type which you had killed before. When you kill a new monster of this book's type, it will appear on the next page. You can study the movement and attack patterns of the monster or read about its details in this book. You also receive a boost of 10% attack and defense when you are fighting a monster that has been recorded in the monster books that you owned. "Oh, they are indeed good stuff," Jack said. "They are. Not all factions had them. League of Champions can be said as the one that can utilize these monster books to their fullest potential." "Oh? How so?" "This faction had a special chamber that allowed you to fight the copy of any monster that was already recorded in this book, with a fee of course." "Oh? What's good for me to fight a monster that I have already defeated before?" Jack asked. If it is a common monster, of course, there is no point. But what if it is a rare monster that is difficult to find? And you happen to need a specific material that is only dropped by that exact rare monster? It will be a hassle to go around searching for that monster. But by using the monster chamber function in this guild, you can fight that monster unlimited times providing that you are willing to pay. Hence, getting said rare materials will not be as difficult as gaining it via the normal means. I see, that was indeed good. Yes, go out there and record as many monsters as possible. And try to get all the rest of those monster books too. You said it like it is an easy task. I might need a long time to collect sufficient challenge points, Jack uttered. The next time you see Gruff, ask him to give you another quest that awarded more challenge points, Penile suggested. The next time I see him, I'm gonna give him a punch in the face first before anything, Jack remarked. Since he was done with that place, he left and decided to rest. Amy's bakery was not available for that night, so he went and rent a room in the inn. It was his first time sleeping in an inn. He thought it was not too shabby, not as good as his room in Amy's bakery, but acceptable. Of course, there was a more expensive one available that provided a more spacious and luxurious room. But he saw no point in wasting the coins just for one night's sleep, even if he had plenty of coins. The next morning before he went out again, he went to upgrade his equipment. He would be stuck in his current level for quite some time due to the lightning god blessing, so he decided to get into his top shape. As usual, he rented the blacksmith workshop with the rare tools. Before that, he purchased a large number of iron ores and steel ores. The inflation also affected these ores, but not as much. Iron ores now cost 40 copper, while steel ore increased to 3 silver. Hence, he purchased them in bulk. There were more stocks available now in the shops, probably because lots of players who did mining decided to sell their overstock ores to these shops. He worked in the blacksmith workshop and planned to upgrade all his equipment to level 38, since that was the maximum level he could equip in his current level of 28. As he continued to work, the probability dipped further down, causing him more failures with each upgrade. At level 34, if he did not use any buff from the workshop's rare tool or his runestone of probability, his success rate to upgrade the equipment was 0%, which meant no chance in hell he could upgrade any further. He was thankful now that his runestone of probability had increased to a rare grade. The workshop rare tool added a 30% success rate, while his rare grade runestone of probability added another 25% on average. Adding a total of 55%, he still failed one every 2 times with that kind of probability. And as the level increased more, the probability was lower. When he was at level 37 trying to upgrade to level 38, he only had an average of 35% success chance even with the 2 buffs. The material consumption also increased greatly as the equipment level increased. At level 35 above, he would need 4 iron ores, 2 steel ores, and 1 copper ore for 1 attempt. Combined with the multiple failures, his material consumption was significant. He ran out of the material halfway through his work and had to go out searching around the capital to buy more ores. His 21 copper ores in his storage bag were also insufficient. Luckily, he already had the transformation prism which could fuse the ores into better grades, as copper ores were not available to buy. He bought iron ores and steel ores in bulk and then used the transformation prism to fuse several copper ores. 2 good things happened though during the process. His blacksmith grade and runecraft grade increased. They were now advanced apprentice and intermediate apprentice respectively. The increase in his blacksmith grade naturally increased his success chance, while the increase in his runecrafting allowed better efficiency when he used his willpower on the runestone. Normally, even after concentrating all his will into the runestone, the maximum added was roughly only 5%. With his runecrafting in intermediate apprentice, it now provided an extra 8 to 9% when he concentrated fully. There were 2 of his armors, however, that had a maximum of level 35, so he couldn't upgrade them any further. These 2 were the earliest rare armors he had acquired, Bloodguard Scale Armor and Shadowbear Tacit. He would need to look for a replacement for these armors later. The rest and his magic staff were upgraded to level 38. He couldn't upgrade his Stormbreaker as he did not have a spare rare sword for consumption. He had consumed 374 iron ores, 138 steel ores, and 39 copper ores just for the upgrading process. If he added the amount he had used for creating the extra 18 copper ores, The number of spent iron ores and steel ores was even greater. He was a bit pessimistic about the future blacksmithing process for higher-level equipment. The number of ores he needed would be astronomical. Luckily, he got a steady income of coins and also the transformation prism for support. At least his situation would be much better compared to the other players. He re-equipped all the upgraded armors. Both his physical and magical defense had increased by around 50% after the upgrade. He would be able to tank more damages. He then admired his magic staff. Rapid Dazing Staff. Level 38 out of 55. Super rare magic weapon. Magical damage 267. Range 15 meters. Attack speed 1. Energy 150. Intelligence plus 12. Standard attack has an 8% chance to cause confused status effect for 10 seconds. Effect does not stack, rapid attack. Each standard attack shot out 3 projectiles. This ability can be turned on or off. This staff now had damage even surpassing his Stormbreaker. But considering this staff was a super rare grade, it did make sense. Its other abilities had also undergone increases after passing the level 30 threshold. He had spent almost the entire morning working for that upgrades. It was almost noon when he came out of the workshop. He had roughly checked out the things he needed to know in the last 2 days. But he still decided to go back out just to make sure that everything was as he had recorded. If something veered from what he had observed, tomorrow's operation might be a failure. He again spent the entire afternoon roaming around the area not far from the bandit outpost and only came back once the sun was set. After these 3 days of roaming, he had also completed all 10 of his hunting quests. He submitted the completed quests and received some coins, EXP, and 194 hunter points. He sent a message to John and Jeannie, informing them that he was good to go for raiding the bandit outpost tomorrow. He informed them if they wanted to join, they could meet him at the city gate at noon. After sending the message, he just left one more thing to do in the capital. He went to the dilapidated hut he had visited before. He looked at the hut with amazement. Still as run down as the last time I was here. Such a pretentious bunch to use this kind of FA. Ade, he thought. He was about to open the door to the hut before he remembered something. He transformed into unrivaled arcaner, then went inside. The same spacious, empty, and clean space was displayed inside. Janice was still there sitting behind his desk. Jack walked over to him with Penule flying beside. Janice lifted his head and acknowledged him. "Ah, Mr. Stormwind. Good to see you again. I see that your fairy friend is no longer in hiding as well. It's good to meet you face to face, miss." He nodded at Penule, who gave a symbolic curtsy in the air. Janice turned back to Jack. "So, I imagine you have trained sufficiently to pass the test I gave you?" "That I have. Prepared to be impressed, Mr." Jack declared, still personifying that bombastic character of his disguise. He pointed his magic staff high, runic lines starting to form rapidly. He had practiced till he could form Janus 5 runes spell formation in around 4 seconds. Using multiple rune formations in 2 steps, 3 runes simultaneously in a bit over 2 seconds, and the remaining 2 runes simultaneously in almost 2 seconds. Considering he needed almost 15 minutes to form this spell formation when he first received it, this had been a large improvement. But such a speed was still far from the requirement to pass Janus' test. To rectify this, before he started casting, Jack used his Dragon's Eye active ability. It slowed down his surrounding by 500%, or in other words, his thought process was increased to 5 times the normal speed. The spell formation, which under normal circumstances needed 4 seconds, now formed 5 times faster. The 5 runes were completed before 1 second. Jack looked at Janus with pride after he successfully did it. Janus returned his stare with a solemn expression. "That was cheating," Janus said. "Fuck," Jack cursed in his mind. Was this guy able to detect him using another ability to supplement his casting speed? Janus tapped his fingers on his desk repeatedly, while giving a contemplating expression. He then said, "Well, I never did say you have to cast it normally, so you can say it was my own fault. Okay, I'll let it slide this time." "You will, considering we are old acquaintances." Just consider it as me doing you a favor. Old acquaintance? We just met twice, pal. Jack uttered in his mind, but he was still grateful by this native's leniency. Janus stood up and gestured to him. Come, he said. Let's process you to join our order formally. Jack followed after him. A rectangular opening suddenly opened up on the wall. Jack could only see the void inside. Janus glanced at him and said, Don't change back into a warrior when you are inside. His figure then stepped and disappeared into the void. Mystical, Jack commented before following inside. He was expecting the same experience as when he entered a dungeon, but there was no interval in between he entering the opening to coming out the other side. He was already at a different place the moment he completed his step. He felt like he was in a city. Many crowds walking around strange-looking buildings. There was no ceiling above, but there was also no sky, it was just infinite whiteness. Jack looked around in awe as he absorbed the view. It was like he was indoor but also outdoor at the same time. All the whiteness made him felt as if it was daytime again, while it was already night in the outside world. Was this whole place a separate dimension? He asked Penuel. It is a constructed dimension. It was Janus who answered. Please do not loiter. Follow me. Jack followed the man while continued observing the surroundings. From their garbs, he guessed all the people walking around were magic users. There were even some people flying around in brooms, reminding him of that popular movie about school for wizards and witches. Is that broom riding a skill? Can I do that as well? Jack asked. Although in his opinion, riding on top of a broom was totally uncool, it would still be very convenient to be able to fly around, much more convenient than riding a mount. Not a skill, but you need to change to a certain class first in order to fly like that. It was again Janus who answered. Which elite class? Jack asked. Grand Wizard if you are a man. Master Witch if you are a woman, Janus replied. Ha! Jack tried to remember something, he then turned to Penuel. Did you miss those two classes when you explained to me about the elite classes? I don't remember those two classes he mentioned. That's because they were not elite classes. They are special classes, Penuel explained. Special class? Wait, are you saying elite class is not the end? There is another class again after. Yes. However, not everyone will have a chance to get a special class. An elite class is the best standard class one can have. As long as one has enough capability, one can apply for elite class at the corresponding academy in any large city. So given time, everyone can be an elite class. But a special class is different, you can only encounter one by luck. In other words, if you are unlucky, you might not become a special class even if you are capable enough. Ah, I see. So, in other words, it is a hidden class, Jack uttered. What hidden class? I said special class. Why go and change the term as you like? Penuel said. Well, we Outworlders usually called it hidden class, Jack explained. Well, you are not in your world. So, you call it by our name here. Special class. Hidden special, it's just a name. I said special. Okay. Special then. Why so riled up? Jack conceded. Penuel then added, also, you need to be an elite class first before you can have the chance to be a special class. Oh? Then that Master Wizard and Master Witch is a branch of an elite class. Yes, from the Archmage class. Janus took the chance to answer. Are you interested to choose that elite class? I am still considering, Jack replied. You should. It is a good class. Is it? Every class is good, Penuel said. Sure, Janus replied. But his tone didn't signal his agreement. Jack noticed the fairy did not show her willful manner as usual with this guy. Considering this guy's bias, Jack surmised Janus was an archmage or a special class that branched from an archmage. Is there a level limit to become a special class? Jack asked. Or I will have the chance to get a special class once I become an elite class? You need to be level 50 to become one, Penuel answered. Wow, level 50. That was still a long way to go, Jack thought. Then to Penuel he asked, You know everything, so you should know how to get this special class, right? Penuel rolled her eyes at him. I know all about the class, but I don't know how to get it. As I said, it is a fortunate encounter. It is totally random. If you are unlucky, you won't get the chance your entire life. It doesn't have anything to do with knowing or not knowing. Luck, consider that high luck stat of his, he should have no problem in this department then. He threw the special class matter out of his mind. It was still too long to consider. After a long walk, Janice finally stopped in a courtyard with a very large obelisk of black color. He was standing motionless in front of this obelisk. Jack was still wondering what he was doing standing still like that when the man turned around and asked him to stand beside him. Jack went over. He was about to ask what he should do when a voice entered his mind. Stay still. Unrivaled Arcaner. Male. Age 23. Mage. Level 27. You are eligible to become a member of the Order of Magi. Do you wish to become one? He was unsure at first to answer using his thought or his mouth. In the end, he did both. I do. A blue light coalesced in front of him before solidified into a small blue flat object. Another badge, Jack thought as he accepted the object. Order of Magi badge. Starter, challenge points. 0, knowledge points. 0, challenge points. Why did it sound familiar? You can receive challenge points by performing the tasks written on this obelisk, Janice informed. Hearing his words, Jack looked at the obelisk. It had a clean black surface the last he saw, but now, glowing words were floating on its surface. Increase a level equals 1 challenge point. Level up skills from Mage class and its branches 5 times equals 1 challenge point. Obtain 1 star for skills from Mage class and its branches equals 1 challenge point. Defeat 100 elite monsters/NPCs of the same level or above equals 1 challenge point. Defeat 10 special elite monsters/NPCs of the same level or above equals 1 challenge point. Defeat 1 rare elite monsters/NPCs of the same level or above equals 1 challenge point. Defeat 1 mythical monsters/NPCs of the same level or above equals 10 challenge points. Defeat 1 eternal monsters/NPCs of the same level or above equals 100 challenge points. Execute skills from Mage class and its branches against hostile monster/NPC 500 times equals 1 challenge point. Deliver a total of 10,000 points of damage to hostile monster/NPC in a single combat equals 1 challenge point. €. He was speechless for a while before continuing. Ain't this the same as the League of Champions? Only change the warrior into a mage. The last task was different. The League required one to receive damage, while this one required one to dish out damage. But it was still like a mirror from the other faction's tasks. You know the League of Champions? Janice asked. Stormwind is a member of the League of Champions, Jack told him. Ah, I see. Such a coincidence. You know, the founder of the League of Champions and Order of Magi were actually brothers. However, they took different paths. One became a mighty warrior while the other became a talented mage. When they decided to set up these two factions, they talked with each other and implemented the same system. You can consider the two as sibling factions. The difference was that one faction focused more on the physical classes while the other was magical. Interesting history. Now, I suppose once I got the challenge points, I used it to fight inside a separate arena to gain glory knowledge point. A rather hasty fellow, aren't you? Yes, that pretty much covers the process. Where should I go to do those challenges? Jack asked. Right here. See all these smaller obelisks around? Janice replied. Now that he mentioned it, Jack realized there were lots of obelisks. Weird, before, this place was an empty field with only this large black obelisk. When did these other ones pop up? As if sensing his question, Janice said, You can only see those obelisks once you become a member of the Order. Like the Colosseum courtyard in the League of Champions, these obelisks also sported numbers. Their numbers were high up on top, floating above each obelisk. Jack could see number 1 till 100. Want to give it a try? Janice asked. Try? I do not have any challenge point yet, Jack replied. Here I will give you some. Considered it an entrance gift. Jack checked his badge and found it to have 10 challenge points. That was generous, Jack thought. That shitty Gruff had to cheat him into performing a quest before he was awarded the same amount of challenge points. Come. Janice guided him to the obelisk marked with number 1 on its top. The process of activating the challenge was the same as in the League of Champions. The feeling when getting sucked into that separate dimension where the challenge took place was also the same. As he came out in that space, a level 10 basic goblin appeared. Oh, different monster, but same difficulty. Let's finish this by one hit as well, Jack thought as he summoned his Stormbreaker. However, his hand was empty. He tried again. Hey, why can't I summon my weapon? He asked. He looked around and realized he was alone with the goblin. He remembered now that when he entered the challenge of League of Champions, Penuel was also unavailable inside. The goblin was already coming at him while he was still confused. He ran away from the goblin to have some time to think. They are not asking him to fight using hands and feet, right? Oh, right. They are magic users. He then tried to summon his magic staff. This time it worked. The goblin had already arrived at him and jumped as it made its attack. Jack gave the small creature a kick. The poor critter tumbled back a distance away. Jack then shot a mana bullet. 12-13 damage appeared as the spell disintegrated the goblin. Super rare staff truly is badass, Jack exclaimed. It was worth all the time and materials spent to upgrade its level. He whistled and twirled his staff in style before storing it back in his bag. He soon reappeared outside. That was slow, he heard Janice commented from behind him, ruining his current good mood. I would have expected you to finish this first stage with one hit. I did finish it in one hit. I just didn't expect that I can only use magic equipment here. Jack tried to defend himself. Not just magic equipment, actually. You can only use magic spells as well, Janice said, and then added, ain't it the same with League of Champions? League of Champions? Jack was puzzled at first before he said, do you mean that I can only use physical skill and equipment in League of Champions challenges? Yeah, you haven't taken a challenge there yet. He had completed 11 stages actually, but because the monsters were too easy, he had never bothered to use his mage spell. He simply cut the monsters up with his martial arts and warrior skills. And here he thought the restriction was only for using tools. Those challenges appeared much harder now. Want to continue? Janice asked. He still had 9 challenge points left, so he decided to just use them all. He completed 4 stages in total, collecting 10 knowledge points. In between the challenges, he asked Janice, by the way, why do you keep accompanying me? What if someone else comes to apply to join this order and found that no one is in that waiting room? He simply shrugged and answered, don't worry about it. Another me is on standby there already. Another you? Jack was confused but didn't pry further. It's not like he didn't enjoy such a VIP treatment anyway. This was completely different from the bureaucratic treatment he received in the League of Champions. He then asked to take a look at the exchange list. He knew his pitiful 10 points won't be sufficient to exchange for proper goods, but he was still interested in the list, just to get an idea of how many knowledge points he should aim for. The list was roughly the same as the ones in League of Champions, only that the items here were much more catered towards magic users' needs. Jack expected to see limited items like the monster books from the League of Champions list, but instead, he found items marked with monthly, and they were all recipes. Blacksmith recipe. Blood-drenched axe, monthly, days left. 3. Alchemist recipe. Mind panacea, monthly, days left. 3, Cooking recipe. Varamorian barbecue, monthly, days left. 3, Scroll-making recipe. Eye of Truth scroll, monthly, days left. 3, monthly. He turned to Janice. It means those items can only be exchangeable within this month, which left only 3 more days, Janice explained. Next month, they will be replaced by different items. So if you missed this chance, you will have to wait until they appeared again some other month, or if ever. Jack looked at the list. All of these monthly recipes required 30 knowledge points to exchange for each. He only had 10 points on him. With only 3 days left, he had not much luck with these recipes. He closed the list. No new spell was available in this list, just like in the League of Champions. He asked Janice what challenge stage he needed to beat in order to get to the next rank, to which Janice replied by saying he had to beat stage 30 for that. Hearing that, he surmised then that the rank arrangement of this faction was also the same as for League of Champions. so the number of challenge points he needed to advance was roughly the same. After learning about the basic operation of this faction, Jack expressed his intention to leave. Janice told him that he only needed to say, "Exit point reveals yourself," in order to leave. He felt corny to have to say that. He would prefer open sesame, or in this case, exit sesame or something like that. Since there was no choice, he just had to oblige. "Exit point reveals yourself," he yelled in an exaggerated manner while lifting his hand as if making an oration. When doing something, put all your heart into it, he said to himself. Janice and Penuel watched him with amusement. A rectangular opening abruptly appeared in front of him. It looked exactly like the same one that had taken him here. The opening showed the same void as before. Before stepping in, Jack turned back to Janice and said, "Thank you for your time. I will be taking my leave now," to which Janice replied with a nod. He and Penuel went into the opening and find themselves in the large space of beige color inside the Order's hut. The opening shut behind him. He was just about to head to the door when he noticed that the desk in the middle of the space was not empty. Janice was sitting there smiling at him. "Finish with your affair?" he asked. Didn't you a euro?" Jack was lost for words. "Did you teleport here?" he finally managed to ask. "What do you mean? I have always been here." Jack turned to Penuel, who simply shrugged. He decided to just not think about this magic business. He said to this Janice, "Thank you for your time. I will be taking my leave now," and then realized, didn't he just said that to the other one before? This Janice also replied with the same nod. Jack ran out the door. "Damn, this magic business is creepy," he said after he was outside from the hut and closed the door. "I can still hear you." Janice's voice was heard from behind the door. On the next day, since he told John and Jeannie that he would depart at noon, his morning was free. He spent 10 merit points to use Commander Quintus' training ground. His ice ring increased to the first star after the training. Its first star gave it an increase in radius of effect by 0.5 meter, which meant an extra 1 meter in circumference, allowing him to hit more surrounding enemies. When the sun was high in the sky, he stood at the city gate waiting. John and Jeannie had expressed interest to join the raid. He saw the two of them coming not long after, with all the others in the guild trailing behind. "Why do you all come?" Jack asked. Bowler said, "Are you serious, bro? They said you will be going to fight a bandit outpost for our guild, which sounds dangerous. Do you think we will just stay behind?" "Well, I don't mind you all come, but you won't be doing any fighting," Jack told them. "We won't?" Bowler asked with bewilderment. "Bro, I know you are strong, but don't take us as useless. Not everything you can do by yourself, we can also help." "You misunderstand me. If everything went according to plan, I also don't need to fight," Jack said. Bowler was getting more puzzled. "What are you talking about? Are we going to have a negotiation with the bandit?" Jack grinned at him instead of answering. "If you want to come, come then. Summon your mounts." "Wait, we don't have one," Bowler uttered. Before they used the town return scroll and left the expedition, Commander Quintus had gone and collected the mount whistles from them except for Jack's one. "Are you kidding me? Go and buy one. I will leave you if you are late," Jack exclaimed. Luckily, there was a stable that sold or rented the mounts nearby. With the coins they had gotten from the expedition, the mount's price was affordable even with the inflation. After everyone got a proper mount, they left. A group of over 50 people riding out into the wilderness drew some attention, but the onlookers didn't give it much thought. These days, where guilds were already growing in size, many large groups like this came and went every day. However, there was a small group of people who went in the same direction not long after, keeping a distance of at least 400 meters from Jack's group. With mounts, they arrived in the area nearby the bandit outpost in a bit over 3 hours. Jack could have gotten there sooner because his mount was faster, but he kept his pace with the other. The structure of the looming bandit outpost soon appeared before everyone's vision. "We are going to attack that?" Bowler exclaimed with a gasp. "Keep your voice down. We don't want to alert any sentry before the time. There could be patrols from that outpost going around here," Jack warned. "Before the time, we are not attacking now?" "Not yet," Jack looked at the position of the sun to tell the time. Around half an hour more. What are we waiting for? You will see. Seeing that Jack did not intend to give any answer, Bowler gave up on the question. That outpost sure looks big. Are you sure your plan can take it down? Jeannie asked, a hint of worry in her voice. It was not this big when I encountered it the first time, Jack informed. It was categorized as small-sized that time. Now it has grown to a normal-sized outpost. That was normal-sized? Bowler exclaimed. There are bigger ones? There are large-sized and town-sized which are much bigger than this one, Penuel explained. Haha. Though our foes appeared formidable, we will not cower. Comrades, an epic battle is ahead of us, the man exclaimed. Jack gave him a side eye. I told you already, we are not fighting. You will just kill yourself if you go in with your level. Those outlaws inside have an average of level 40. The first time when Jack encountered the outpost, the average level of the outlaws was at 30. Now that the outpost had increased in rank, its occupants apparently had also undergone an upgrade. So what do we do? The man asked. Just stay still, be quiet, and wait, Jack told him. Far away from there, the small group that had been following Jack's group hid behind rows of trees and watched. Jack's group was just small figures in the distance. They can't make out anything just watching from there. How about I go in and eavesdrop on what they are saying? I'm confident in my sneaking ability. Combined with my silent step skill, they won't know I am there. A rogue in the group offered. Earmouth, who was the leader of this group, shook his head. No, Scarface warned that this storm wind guy has something that can detect others' positions. He had confirmed that it was still safe with this distance, but he was not sure how far is that guy's tool's area of coverage. So we have to maintain this range. What are they doing anyway? Are they planning to attack that large structure over there? Another asked. If they are looking to die. We have some people pass through this area already. They reported that the structure is populated by human-type monsters. They average at level 40. Our members who went over to check on things end up getting massacred as the denizens inside swarmed out. I doubt they came here for no reason. Are you sure that Storm Wind came around here every day? Earmouth asked. Another rogue, who was being asked, replied, It isn't exactly this spot, but he did go around at different places not far from here. Earmouth had been sending people to spy on Jack and his newly formed guild, Everlasting Heavenly Legends. Ugh, he still shivered every time that name came up in his mind. How the heck did those people come up with such an absurd name for a guild? Scarface had given him the permission to utilize the members of the guild for this purpose. Scarface was also wary after hearing about Jack forming a guild. During these few days, the members of that newly formed guild were doing what a new guild normally did, actively doing guild quests to increase reputation. Only Jack was doing all sorts of random things. Can that be the bandit outpost they mentioned before? Earmouth mumbled, then turned to another of his people. Have there been any reports from the people who search for info in the library about the bandit outpost? Nothing new yet. The last info they found is only saying that it was a place where outlaws gathered. If one successfully raids this outpost, which is by destroying the outpost's core, the reward will be abundant, though no indication of how this abundant is referring to. Also, it was said that there are different sizes of an outpost. However, no indication as well on these sizes interpretation, so we can't really measure what size category that one is. A bunch of uncertainty then, Earmouth pondered. What I don't understand is why these people are so interested in it. Are they simply targeting that abundant reward? Let's see them try then. If they somehow manage to get to the outpost core, we can ambush them. Then we can break the core ourselves and get the reward. The rogue who offered to sneak ahead suggested. Earmouth turned to that rogue and said, You obviously were not there during the Battle of the Crestfall Plain, were you? I did hear about the Storm Wind's terrifying power, but going against those bunches of level 40 outlaws, I doubt that even he will get out of this unscathed. He should have exhausted all his trump cards during the fight. We only need to capitalize on it. It will be a great contribution if we manage to get the outpost's rewards and taking that Storm Wind out at the same time. Hearing the rogue's reasoning, Earmouth thought it did make sense. He said, "I will ask for some more backup. Is it time yet? You have been asking that for the third time now. Even if Boss Storm did not mind your pestering, I am getting irritated by it." The man berated Bowler Jack did not show annoyance. Instead, he said, "It's time." Jack then took out a rectangle piece of jade. It was the Themisphere beacon stone. He had been saving this thing for a long time. He could finally make use of it for something important. "What's that?" Genie asked. "It's something that can call over the soldiers in Themisphere in a radius of 300 kilometers who will protect me for 3 hours. Wow! Isn't that super powerful? So you are going to use these soldiers to deal with those outlaws in the outpost." John, who heard the description, said, "I see. So the last 3 days you have used it to check on the patrolling soldiers' routes." "Yes. Even though the radius of this item's effect was very large, it only lasts 3 hours. If the soldiers are too far and take too long to arrive, the effect will expire before the outpost is completely raided. From my previous roaming, I have found 2 powerful patrolling troops who are passing by not far from here around this time. It should only take them a few minutes to arrive." Jack crashed the jade in his hand. A torrent of energy shot out into the sky before they exploded into a firework of multitude colors. The effect was similar when he used the beacon gave by Duke Alfredo near the Temple of Divine Squall. They didn't have to wait long before rumblings were heard. From its sound, it was not a small force. Soon, they saw figures appearing. Everyone was uniformly armored. From the size, they estimated the force could be close to 1,000 strong. Before that first force arrived, someone called out and they turned in the opposite direction. Another similar force was seen coming over. "Damn, I guess we really won't have the chance to fight," the man uttered. Earmouth's group, who was watching from afar, was confused at first when they saw the fireworks. Then they were completely baffled by the appearance of 2 Themisphere armies. These armies were heading to where Jack's group was, and those lots appeared to be awaiting the armies with eagerness. They didn't seem unsettled by the sudden appearance of such a large NPC force. They saw the NPC army arrived at where Jack's group was and started to surround them. There was no hostile movement, however. It even seemed as if that encirclement looked more like a protective formation. While Earmouth and the others were racking their brain trying to make sense of the phenomenon, Jack and the others were admiring the army that was crowding around them. Wow, they were mostly level 40 and 45. Many elite ones among them as well. Giant Steven commented. "Yeah, I choose these 2 patrolling groups for a reason," Jack said. "They may not be too far ahead of those outlaws in the outpost, but the equipment looked better and they are more organized. I don't think they will have a problem routing those outlaws." The 2 armies were led by a knight captain each, both level 50 of special elite grade by the name of Matthias and Diego. This Matthias was the same one he had delivered a parcel to during his surveying days. That's how he had so easily known where to find this captain to deliver the parcel. He had seen him already a day before. "Great! Let's command them to charge into that outpost," Bowler exclaimed. Jack rolled his eyes at him and said, "It doesn't work that way." "Huh, why?" "They are only here to protect me. I hold no command over them." "Then how are you going to have them raid that outpost?" "I can simply walk in there. The outlaws will attack, and this army will have to fight them in order to protect me." "Ah, I see a Euro, that's cunning," John commented at this time. "I assume that since you don't command them, you don't get any EXP point as well for the outlaws they defeated?" "Yeah, that's why I said there is no need for everyone to come. There is no benefit in this fight except for claiming that outpost after the fight is done. You will all only be spectators here." "Spectators are fine as well," Genie said. "Not every day we can see a battle between NPCs. Most of the ones who didn't follow the expedition haven't experienced that war we had with the orcs. This can be a good experience for them." "All right, but stay in safety behind the army. Don't try to do anything brave or stupid," Jack ordered. "I think that suggestion is better suited to be given to you," Peniel mocked. Jack went ahead in the direction of the outpost. The army around him matched his pace, maintaining a protective formation around. Some of the outlaw patrols started to meet with the front line of the army and got into a clash. Soon loud alarm was heard from within the outpost, followed by numerous roars and cries. They could see shortly that many outlaws with savage appearances stormed out of the outpost. They showed no fear whatsoever facing the large army in front of them. Good Lord! Look at their numbers. If we try to fight them ourselves, we are as good as gone, Pointy Tip exclaimed. Seeing the approaching outlaw force, the two armies changed formation as they formed a long line facing that incoming force. Footmen with shield placed themselves in front as they braced for impact. Line of spearmen readied behind them with rows of archer further behind firing suppressing fire. Too bad we can't command them. You two will give them a great boost with that talent of yours, Jack commented to Jeannie and John. I guess that talent is largely useless since you don't get much chance to command NPC troops. Actually, those talents will be really useful later, Penuel commented. How so? Jack asked. Don't tell him. He never bothered to attend our guild meetings, John said to Penuel, which she gladly complied. Hey, are you my guide or his? Jack complained to her. While they were chatting leisurely, the armies continued to clash with the outlaws. As expected, the outlaws attacked without any organization. They only attacked with brute force. Although their numbers were great and almost matched the Themisphere patrolling troops, the difference in their qualities was apparent from the start despite the two opposing forces levels were not far apart from one another. Themisphere armies' organized formation managed to hold the savage outlaws' charge while methodically causing damages to them. Jack didn't take any further steps. He didn't want to disrupt the army's current situation. If he continued to walk forward, the army might be forced to adjust their formation out of their duty to protect him. So he waited as the army slowly but surely beat back the outlaws' assault. Jack was not in a hurry. There were still more than 2 hours before the beacon stone's effect wore off. Plenty of time left. There could also be other troops further away on their way here. Things would get much easier if more soldiers joined in. After half an hour of fighting, the mob of outlaws was thinning. The soldiers also had casualties, but the proportion was around 1 to 5. The outlaws stood no chance against the better trained and better equipped soldiers. During that half hour, Jack only took a step in between several minutes, simply to keep the pressure up. Seeing the soldiers were winning and the outlaws were in shambles, Jack saw the risk had lessened. Hence, he did not continue being reserved. He summoned his magic staff and ran forward as he fired his spells and ranged attacks. Charge! Charge! He yelled as he ran. The army was not actually following his order, but since they had to keep Jack in a safe position, they rearranged themselves and followed him to charge in the direction of the outpost. The other ranged players also joined in and sneaked their ranged attacks to whichever outlaws came into range. Even if they did not get the full EXP, they still get a small portion when the soldiers killed the outlaws as long as they landed a hit. The man and his minions felt depressed again because they could not join in on the attacks. He said to Jack, "Boss, why every time you take us, it is always against these over-leveled opponents? All we melee can do here is just watch. You get EXP for free, what is there to complain about?" Bitter Rain said to him. "A real man only takes a reward from his own effort." The man replied, "I can ask Jeannie to remove you and your people from the team if that means so much to you," Jack told him. At the end of the expedition, Jack's leadership and teamwork skill had increased to Advanced Apprentice, but it was still not enough to form a party with over 50 people. Jeannie's, on the other hand, had increased to Intermediate Expert, allowed her to accommodate a party of up to 60 players, just about right for the total number of their current guild. "I'm just saying, boss, we will stay at the back," the man yielded. The players' damages were not much to look at, but they still provide some form of assistance. Flame's arrows were especially deadly, as 9 out of 10 they hit the weak points of their targets, eyes, throats, groins, which caused critical damages. The man and the others winched when they saw the arrows hit that latter one. They all silently said to themselves to not piss off this quiet woman. Trinity Dawn's spells were also very helpful. She placed her spells at the most advantageous positions, allowing much leeway for the advancing army. For the other ranged players, John told them where to hit while Jeannie organized their arrangements and attacking rhythm. The places where they hit turned out to be the weak parts of the enemy's formation, causing the already disorderly enemies to fall into more chaos. Jack himself was running around doing as he pleased, trying his luck to pick off any outlaw who was already low in health. They soon broke through into the inner complex of the outpost. The surviving outlaws who used ranged weapons went high into the towers scattered around the outpost as they continued to bombard the soldiers with arrows. The players make sure to stay away from the range of these towers. The outlaw archers already possessed very long ranges, as was experienced by Jack when he first encountered the fortress. Added with the tower height, the range increased further. Luckily, the soldiers were not defenseless. Some of them were equipped with crossbows which had a superior range compared to bows. These weapons allowed the soldiers to shoot back at the outlaw archers on the towers despite the disadvantage of height, while the melee soldiers with shield protected the others as they rushed in to get to the archers on top. When he reached the doors to that largest building, one of the knight captains, Diego, stood in his way. He said, "Outworlder, inside this building is the leader of this bandit outpost, who is most probably a formidable outlaw. Please refrain from going inside." Jack frowned. This was out of expectation. Could they prevent him from going inside? That would be a problem then. "Are you going to prevent me from going in?" Jack asked. "We are duty-bound to keep you safe until the beacon time expires. That will also include harm that is caused by yourself," Diego replied. His face was stern. Matthias came up beside Jack and said, "What my comrade says is right. Please do not make it difficult for us." He then turned to Diego. "However, Diego, exterminating outlaws are also within our duty. Now that we have encountered this outpost, it is also within our duty to raise this place." "That is of course true, but since our current duty was to protect this outworlder, his safety took priority. Once the beacon time expired, we can continue to destroy the rest of this outpost," Diego replied. "Crap. If that happened, it would probably be not them that were considered to have defeated this bandit outpost. They might even get chased away before the soldiers deal with this outpost boss. Everything would have been a waste then." "So, you are going to physically prevent me from going in?" Jack asked them. The two stood in front of the door, stating their intention with their stances. Dealing with a strong opponent while have to protect another is a difficult thing. "Please understand it is for your own good," Matthias explained. His tone was more friendly, though friendly was not enough to aid Jack in this situation. Jack frowned. He was not strong enough to force his way through this too. But then he remembered about the time when he was with Bowler dealing with the soldiers in the mess hall in Thesewall while investigating the strange disease. He took out his Themisphere Nobility Badge faction. The two knight captains were confused at first, but then they recognized the badge and observed it better. "Viscount," both of them uttered. "I see that you remember. I was just about to tell you to take out that badge." Jack heard Penniel's voice in his mind. He turned to the fairy who was floating beside him. Her mouth was still. She was speaking to him telepathically as they did in the past. At the same time, the fairy also spoke to the two knight captains. "Yes, he is a viscount of the kingdom. If you lay your hands on him, it will be a big violation. Do you understand?" Theseuro Diego was speechless at the turn of events. Matthias pondered for a bit before sighing. "Do you insist to enter?" he asked. "I do," Jack said. "Then let us send soldiers in first. You have to stay behind and remain safe. Otherwise, we would have failed our duty." "Don't worry, I will be careful. One thing though, our primary objective is this outpost core. Leave it to us. You only need to hold the boss as best as possible while we destroy the core." Matthias gave the matter a thought, then looked at his fellow captain, Diego, who scoffed, "Humph! You outworlders always doing things out of your league. You will only bring us down if you die. You best take care not to get killed. If I lose my rank because of your recklessness, I will come to look for you once this is over. I don't care if you are a viscount or what." Jack took a gulp. If he had a penny for every time he got threatened by an Kayuro, the two then opened the door as they sent several of their best men inside before they rushed in as well. Jack and the others followed behind, accompanied by the rest of the soldiers who could be spared. The rest of the soldiers were still dealing with the outlaws outside. They continued to defeat outlaws that barred their way. The quality of the outlaws inside was also better than the ones outside, slowing the soldiers' advance as the soldiers' casualties increased. After steady progress, they finally arrived at the outpost main hall, which was on the top floor of the building and was very large. Its 4 walls were all open air with only supporting pillars where they could see the scenery outside. Waiting on this floor were around 100 outlaws, all elite grade. In the middle of this mob, flanked by 2 level 42 special elite outlaw deputies at both sides, was the largest outlaw Jack had ever seen. He was holding a humongous stone club laced with runes all over its surface. Uruk, rare elite boss, human, level 45, health point, 440,000. Their numbers almost equal the soldiers who came up and took their positions opposite this outlaw mob. Jack surmised the soldiers should have no problem taking on the outlaws, except for the leader. The 2 knight captains would have to work together to deal with him. Jack then noticed a stone stele behind the mob. He asked Penuel telepathically, "Is that the outpost core?" Penuel flew up to take a better look. She sent her answer to Jack. "It is." After getting the confirmation, Jack sent the info to the other members of the guild, telling them the priority was to attack that stele while the soldiers and outlaws were going at each other. He advised anyone who had the Amulet of Rebirth to equip it. Some outlaws might force themselves to break away from the soldiers and came at them once they started attacking the stele. All of them moved to one side of the open walls as they waited for these natives and outlaws to clash with each other. The level 45 rare elite boss, Uruk, walked forward as he eyed the invading soldiers with indignation. "How dare you soldiers of Themisphere invade my territory? I have given you people face by not coming near your city, and now you returned this gesture with such disrespect. None of you will leave this place alive. Bandits! How dare you presume this to be your territory?" Diego boomed. "This entire land is owned by His Majesty King the Mose. You dare to form your little bandit clan here and expect us to look the other way? You should have known better. Today we will rid you of His Majesty's land. No need to talk with them, boss. Let's just gut them," one of the level 42 special elites beside Uruk uttered. He was brandishing 2 daggers as he used his tongue to lick the dagger's blade. "So be it, my brothers. Let us show this Themisphere dogs the consequence of invading our home," Uruk bellowed, which then was followed by the savage roars by the rest of the outlaws. The soldiers did not lose to those outlaws as they uttered their battle cries and ready their weapons. Diego brandished a long bastard sword as Matthias showed a dual-wield style. His right hand held a saber while his left had a short sword. When the outlaws charged, the front-line soldiers ducked and revealed a row of crossbowmen, who then fired a volley of bolts. If this was real life, that one move would have cut down the number of outlaws by half. In this world, they only reduce a portion of the outlaw's health point. The crossbowmen stored their crossbows and changed to pike weapons as they joined their melee comrades who were now also charging forward. Ranged fight was not efficient in this confined space. Thus most of the soldiers changed to their melee weapons. Jack and the others stayed at their position as the NPC forces met each other. Jack was about to ask the others to sneak forward along the wall, but John stopped them. "Wait a while longer. It is still too hectic," he said. Jack didn't oppose. He believed in John's judgment. As Jack had expected, Diego and Matthias took to themselves to face the outlaw boss. However, even with the 2 of them and despite their higher levels, they were still pushed back. Their subordinates were having a better struggle. Luckily, more soldiers came up as time passed and joined in the fight, further tipping the advantage to the soldiers. Some of the lieutenants then went to assist their 2 knight captains in fighting the outlaw boss. "Okay, let's move now," John said. The outlaws had decreased in numbers and they were more or less pinned. They walked along the edge of the floor while the 2 forces continued to fight. Jack glanced at the side with the open wall and saw how high they were. If they fell, they were sure to die. They continued to sneak and reached the backside of the stone stele. Once they got close, Jack realized something and said in his mind, "Crap! This stone stele is so small. How can we all crowd it in and attacked at the same time?" John had beaten him to the situation and said, "Okay, 6 melees with the highest damage go and attack at will. The other melee will serve as a foothold to the ranged class so they can fire from above. The man was protesting. All of his men were melee, so most of his men were getting reduced to foothold roles. His mood had been down since being denied the battle with the outlaws. Now getting reduced to be footings for others to stand on, it was getting on his nerves. Jeannie persuaded him and offered herself to be a footing as well since she was a melee too. John advised against it since Jeannie's damage was amongst the top for melee and she also used a spear, so she could actually stand behind the 6 melees and stab through the gap. Jeannie gave him a glare to shut him up. The man was not a stone-headed guy. He saw Jeannie's sincerity, so he swallowed his pride and asked his subordinates to do as John had instructed. Jack was about to head over to the stone steel when John stopped him. "No, not you. You stay back," he said. "What? Why?" Jack was confused. "In case you haven't noticed, in terms of damage, I am numero uno. I'm fully aware of your freakish damage. But you are also our best fighter, so you will serve as our protector." "Huh. Any outlaw that forced itself over once we gangbang this steel. You have to put yourself on its way to prevent that outlaw from reaching us." "Damn it. Getting reduced to a bodyguard role," Jack complained in his mind. The man who saw his dissatisfied expression said, "Boss, do you prefer to be a foothold instead?" "Uhayuro, no, thanks. I'm good," Jack replied. He started casting a spell. When he saw the others took position and were about to hit the steel, he yelled, "Wait, wait!" The others looked at him with puzzlement. Jack's spell was completed and 2 identical Jack appeared. "Okay, go nuts!" Jack also cast Barrier when the 6 melees sent their power strike onto the steel, with the range players propped up sent their mana bullet or precise shot all at the same time. The combined damage blasted at the stone steel, but they were surprised that the health point of the steel only went down around 2%. "Shit, this is gonna take some time. Attack at will. Attack at will," John exclaimed. Then to Jack he uttered, "You, pay attention to any stray." Everyone started to attack frenziedly. Jack returned his gaze to the fighting soldiers and outlaws, and he immediately spotted a change. All the outlaws had looked over to his side, more correctly, the stone steel side. They ignored the soldiers and tried to head over to protect the stone steel. Since their main objective was to protect Jack and the outlaws at the moment were heedlessly tried to charge over to where Jack was, Matthias and Diego quickly issued the order to stop the outlaws. The fighting shifted from trying to deliver damages as much as possible to try to hinder movements as much as possible. Luckily, after the passing time, the outlaws' numbers had diminished as the soldiers' numbers increasing as more soldiers coming up the stairs. So, the soldiers could more or less keep most outlaws in check. However, the main problem was the 3 outlaw leaders, Uruk and his 2 special elite deputies. Out of his 2 deputies, the dual dagger-wielding outlaw had very fast movement. Many knight lieutenants had to work together to pin him down, while the other outlaw deputy was a nimble archer type. He ran and jumped around amongst the soldiers as he shot several arrows toward the players who were assaulting the stone steel. Jack quickly put himself in the arrows' ways. He cut the ones he could while deflected with magic shield another portion. The remaining he stopped using his body protected by the barrier spell. That archer was going to be a problem, Jack thought. But then he heard a sudden boom and saw a huge shockwave through many soldiers away, including the 2 knight captains. In the middle of the shockwave was Uruk, who was holding his huge club with its tip on the cracked floor, which was still shining with leftover energy. That outlaw leader had just unleashed a skill. Uruk then charged towards the stone steel. "Stop him!" Matthias shouted while trying to get up. Many soldiers put themselves on Uruk's way, but one swing of Uruk's club sent them all flying. Jack came up in front of him in an attempt to block the ravaging outlaw. "What the hell are you doing?" Diego called out as he tried to rush over as well. Uruk's club slammed down without mercy upon Jack's head. The club smashed directly onto the floor. Uruk watched Jack, who was still in front of him, unharmed. He then saw another 2 Jack at different places. He realized he had been had. He bellowed an angry roar and was about to continue his charge when Diego came upon him. Diego's bastard sword slashed at the unsuspecting Uruk from the side, but Uruk ignored the attack and continued to advance. Matthias also arrived and put himself at the front. Uruk swung his club to blow him away, but Matthias was ready. He lowered his stance and crossed both his saber and short sword to block the blow. He was pushed away one step but remained in front of Uruk. Uruk had no choice but to stop and deal with the two. The other lieutenants came to support the two knight captains. Uruk remained their biggest threat. At this time, the dagger-wielding deputy took the opportunity when many of the lieutenants were heading over to deal with Uruk, to slip through the gaps and dashed over to the players. Jack came to stand in front of him as well. The deputy had seen how Jack fooled his leader. He was not getting duped by the same trick. He used his body to ram forward at Jack. Whether it was fake or real, the Outworlder would not stop his advance. As expected, his body passed through Jack effortlessly, but another Jack came to his side and made a slash. He could feel the pain from that slash. This one was real. He quickly swiped his two daggers in a wide arc, but Jack dashed away with extreme speed, evading the swipe before suddenly dashed back again in a flash and made another slash which was covered with flame. This second slash connected as well. The deputy felt a great pushing force. His feet skidded on the floor as he was unwillingly pushed back. Soon many soldiers took this chance to came upon his front and blocked his advance. Jack's combination of shooting dash and flame strike had managed to alleviate the danger posed by the dagger-wielding deputy, but then he saw the archer-wielding deputy again kicked over the soldiers and used them as footholds to jump up into the air. Several arrows headed at the players again. Jack was too far away this time. The arrow struck the melees whose backs were facing the fighting crowd. Luckily, all the arrows were just normal attacks. None of them died, but their health point went down significantly. The man was amongst them. He yelled, "Hey boss! Where is that protection? Shut up. I am by myself here running back and forth." Jack replied as he used charge and put himself onto the arrow's trajectory again. "Hurry the hell up, will you people?" It's not like they were not in a hurry though. They had been attacking the stone steel like crazy since they started. Save from using AoE skills or spells which could also damage the 6 melees, the range players had used everything in their arsenals, but they still had 40% to go. The archer deputy super agilely stepped on the soldiers' heads as he continued to jump forward, continued to shorten his distance from the stone steel. All the while continued shooting. More arrows that cannot be cut or deflected hit Jack's body and his barrier finally popped. The archer deputy made one last kick at a soldier's head and suddenly his body was launched far and high. "Shit! It was that famous boss leaping skill again," Jack exclaimed in his mind. That jump skill caused the archer deputy to suddenly appear in front of Jack as he landed, leaving behind all the soldiers' barricades. Jack was face to face with the archer who was grinning. "What the hell? Do you think I am afraid of you just because you are higher level? You are still a ranged type, moron," Jack exclaimed in his mind as he sent out a slash. The archer again showed his nimbleness. He ducked down with superb speed, evading the slash, while at the same time his body rotated and had his legs swiped at Jack's feet. Jack lost his balance as the archer lifted his bow up and had one of its sharp ends impale down at the falling Jack. His bow passed through Jack's body as if it was empty air. The archer frowned. This outworlder in front of him was clearly the real one a moment before, not the fakes. Jack had switched places with one of his copies, who during the fight had come over to the archer's back. At this time he activated the overlimit ability of Stormbreaker. The archer sensed a back attack coming. He quickly rolled to the side and avoided Jack's slash. But when he thought he was safe, he found himself within a crimson-marked area. His consternation didn't last long as 3 powerful crimson chains latched onto his body. Jack did not hold back anything more. He had cast the myriad ensnaring chains once he switched body. The spell required 4 runes. He used simultaneous 2 runes forming at the same time to fasten the casting, completing the spell in a bit over 3 seconds, taking the advantage of the archer's confusion when he switched place with his copy. This archer was too agile and difficult to hit, but with the myriad ensnaring chains holding him down, he was a sitting duck. Jack didn't waste any time. Although the chain spell was powerful, this outlaw was still a level 42. The chains wouldn't be able to hold him for long. Jack activated Life Burning Art and Adrenaline Rush before executing his strongest killing move, Lightning God Barrage. Numerous large balls of lightning, crackling with continuous discharges of electricity, materializes one by one rapidly around Jack. Once all 20 balls appeared, Jack sent them all to the archer. It was the best time to use this move as the soldiers were still on their way. If they arrived, Jack could not use this skill anymore or it will hit the soldiers as well. The archer deputy himself was already low in health. Although he was nimble, he had been focusing on finding gaps to shoot the players attacking the stone steel. Hence the many soldiers surrounding him had been able to continuously hit him. He only had around a quarter health point bar left at this time. With overlimit active, Jack's Lightning God Barrage was even more boosted than the last time he used it. Each explosion caused damage around 2,500. With all 20 balls landing on the archer, the total damage of around 50,000 consumed all the health point it had left. A Hyuro, a divine treasure, was truly something else. Jack couldn't help but think after seeing the result. The ones that were most taken aback were his guildmates. Due to Jack's display, they had all unconsciously stopped their attacks on the stone steel and stared at where the archer used to be. Jack, who heard nothing from their direction, looked over and saw that they had stopped attacking. "Hey! What are you all gaping for? Hurry up and destroy that blasted thing." The shout returned them from their stupor and they continued their assault on the stone steel. Its health point was now less than 10%. Still, their hearts were in turmoil as they could not forget the sight of those lightning balls that exploded with terrifying intensity. Seeing the precariousness of the stone steel, Uruk bellowed an enraged roar as his whole body was covered by crimson tattoos. Jack remembered that skill. It was the same as the first group of outlaws he had fought, although at that time the manifested tattoo was black in color. After the tattoo appeared, Uruk manifested even greater strength and speed to his already massive brute strength. The two knight captains and lieutenants could barely hold him at bay before. With this buff, he was even more unstoppable. "Holy crap!" Jack uttered as he saw the soldiers getting tossed around by the berserk Uruk. The soldiers, however, were not intimidated. With the archer deputy defeated and more outlaw underlings routed, more soldiers had been freed. So they all come to assist in pinning down this outlaw chief. Both Matthias and Diego's armors and weapons shone with glowing runes as they clashed with Uruk. It seemed that they were also using their trump cards for this supposedly final showdown. Uruk abruptly stopped his movement despite all the assaults. Swords, axes, and spears stabbed and slashed at his body, but he was still as a statue. Suddenly, his eyes glowed red as he cried a deafening roar. His huge club started spinning around, creating a huge whirlwind. Everyone in his vicinity was sucked by this whirlwind before getting thrown far away. "Holy crapayuro," Jack uttered again. The entire space around Uruk had been cleared out, no soldiers between him and Jack and the players at the stone steel. Uruk wasted no time as he stomped over with wide and heavy footsteps towards the stone steel. Jack shot his ranged spells and attacks at the approaching Uruk, but the brute treated them as mosquito bites. He continued to barge over uncaringly. His two copies came to the front, but Uruk was not getting fooled by the same trick again. He copied what his dagger deputy had done, and rammed the two doppelgangers using his body like a rugby player. Whether they were fakes or reals made no difference. He passed through unhindered, but suddenly he stumbled. A ring made of light was gripping at one of his legs. Uruk made a forceful push and that ring was broken to pieces. Only 1 second, Jack thought of his magic bind. He now stood in front of Uruk, who resumed his charge again. Another spell formation was formed on his staff. The outlaw chief treated Jack as the same as the copies. He assumed a low position as he used his shoulder to ram through Jack. Jack released his completed ice ring. "Hopefully, you get frozen," Jack prayed. The spell hit. Uruk was still moving, albeit slowly. "Shit!" Jack cursed as he disappeared before getting slammed by Uruk's massive body. His flash step brought him out of harm's way, but he had run out of options to stop the rampaging Uruk. But then he glanced at the stone steel. It only had 3% left. They should still be able to destroy the steel since it had so little life left now, but many of his guildmates would die before that once Uruk reached them. He then saw that his overlimit was still active. The skill was in its last few seconds left. He made a decision and activated Dragon's Eye. The entire world slowed down. He focused his attention on the melee players surrounding the stone steel. They had been continuously moving as they attacked the steel frenziedly. With the Dragon's Eye, their movements had slowed down to a crawl and allowed him to identify some gaps. He swung his sword, targeting one of those gaps. His sword of light's crescent light shot out. It flew past Uruk, who almost reached the players, and slipped past the melee player through the gap. The crescent light sliced into the steel, delivering over 5,000 damage. The steel trembled heavily and broke apart into countless pieces. Nua Euro! Uruk yelled madly. His charge, however, was too late to stop. He crashed into one of the melee players, a warrior who happened to be the man's adjutant. The poor guy flew away. The other players on the trajectory jumped aside once they saw the impact. The warrior continued flying unabated and out of the building through the open wall. "Fuck a Euro!" he screamed all the way as he dropped down. The ones who were closest to the open wall couldn't help but peeked out as they watched the warrior plummet down to the ground far below. A splat was heard when he hit the ground. They all winched when that happened. Jack came to the man who was originally standing by his adjutant when they were banging the steel. "He wore the amulet of rebirth, right?" he asked. The man did not answer. He was watching the figure beside him anxiously. Uruk had knelt down, unmoving. He appeared to have lost the will to fight after the stone steel was destroyed. The players soon heard a voice notification informing them that they had successfully raided the outpost. It took them a second before they broke into a cheer. After the notification passed, Uruk disappeared magically. Jack looked back and saw that it was the same as the remaining outlaws. None was at sight. The soldiers were tending to their wounds. While the players were still cheering, they heard another notification. Guild players detected among the players who had raided this outpost. Do you wish to forfeit the reward of the outpost and turned it into a guild headquarter? Forfeit? Jack asked. Yes. Do you think you will get the reward and guild headquarter at the same time? Penuel asked. Yeah. I was hoping so. Greedy. As the leader of the party, Jeannie took the liberty to make the decision. She did not need to consult the others since their primary objective was the guild headquarter from the start. After she inputted her decision, another notification sounded that informed them that the transformation to the outpost would commence and they would be transported to the ground outside in 3 minutes. Hearing that, Jack quickly ran over to the place where the archer deputy had fallen. This archer was killed by him, so it had dropped some coins, mana cores, and 2 items. A special elite only dropped 2 items? Jack said disappointingly. He had even summoned his runestone of luck when the archer was consumed by the lightning balls. Though he didn't know for sure if his attack would kill the archer, he still knew that the combination of Overlimit and Lightning God Barrage would be very devastating. So he had summoned the runestone. Jack picked up the coins, mana cores, and 2 items, one of which was a scroll. He inspected the scroll. Invisibility Eye Scroll. Super rare consumable. Cast a level 1 magic bind spell, a super rare magic scroll? Not bad, but it's not offensive magic. Jack turned to Penuel. Is this like the invisibility spell those World Maker people used inside the temple's dungeon? Similar, except the one they used is group invisibility. This one only affects one individual, the caster. Can you describe how this spell functions? Can I still move after becoming invisible? Yes, you can. The spell will be broken if you touched another person or monster, or when you get into a combat status. In other words, if you attacked or are hit by an attack. If it is not broken, how long will the spell last? 30 minutes. That's quite a long time. Is it the same for the group invisibility? The group one only lasts 15 minutes. Those World Maker people must have only activated their group invisibility scroll when they noticed someone approaching via their God Eye monocle, Jack pondered. He then checked on the other item. Bandit Archer Insignia, super rare insignia. For guild purpose only. Convert Trained Archer Unit to Bandit Archer Unit, another super rare? So my runestone of luck was not wasted. But Trained Unit. Before he had the chance to ask Penuel about it, he heard a voice from behind him. Dude, can you tell me something? What are those lightning balls you used to defeat the outlaw archer? Were they from a magic tool? Jack turned around and saw his guildmates crowded around him. Everyone was wearing a questioning expression. The one who had asked was Giant Steve. "That is no tool, that is a skill," Jack told them, and then he made a prideful face and asked, "Who was it that says I do not have a lightning skill despite having a storm in my name?" "Bro, I was just saying. You still bear a grudge for that." Weird Trap said helplessly. "Hee, it was a cool skill, ain't it? Very, very cool. But also extremely unbalanced," John commented. "If you throw those balls into players, no one will be able to survive no matter how high their defenses are. And it even hit people in an area, how unfair can it be? How long is the cooldown of that skill?" 5 hours, Jack answered truthfully. "Well, it is still a very unbalanced skill. Skill like that would have been heavily protested by players in a real game." "Well, good thing this unfair skill is possessed by one of our members then," someone said. "If he can get it, someone else can too. What if our enemies used it on us?" John said, "I think it will not be so easy to get this kind of skill. There are only 6 others in this world," Jack said. He remembered Penuel said there were 7 divine treasures. "For others," Penuel said. "The other 2 had different functions." "What is this 6 and 4 things? You should tell us more," John said. "There is no need for you to know. Just rest assured that this kind of skill is not something anyone can get. This guy here only gets it through a miracle." Jack shrugged. What she was trying to say is that she also doesn't understand why I get the thing that gives me this skill. You people should stop prying. She won't tell you if she doesn't want to. Fine then. But hey, why didn't you use that skill to bust that outpost core from the start? It would have saved us almost half the time already. Dude, the damages that skill caused were a combination of my 2 greatest trump cards. I won't use it if I don't have to. And wasn't it you that asked me not to attack the steel at the start? How do I know you have such an unreasonable skill in your arsenal?" As they were chatting, the 3 minutes time was up. They were suddenly enveloped by soft light and then found themselves already standing on the ground outside the outpost. They looked around and saw that the entire outpost had turned out very differently than before. It was more empty now. There was only one building left which, though large, was a far cry from the previous building that housed the outpost boss. Jack at first thought that the transition process would take some time, just like when he renovated Amy's shop and Ellie's restaurant, but turned out it happened instantly. Everyone then heard another notification. "Congratulations, Guild Everlasting Heavenly Legends, for being the first to acquire a guild headquarter. Your guild receives 100,000 reputation points and 100 gold coins." Before everyone could register, another notification followed. "Due to the captured outpost was of the normal sized, receive guild resources of 500 gold coins, 300 food, 100 minerals, and 100 lumbers. Every participating member received 1,000 guild contribution points." And then another, "Congratulations, Guild Everlasting Heavenly Legends. Your guild has reached level 2. You can now have up to 1,000 members and your guild headquarter can build more buildings." They didn't know which notifications to be responded first. Someone finally broke the silence. "Our guild has become level 2. These 3 days they had been working on guild quests like crazy, typical of a guild that had just been formed. The passion was still fresh and everyone was still enthusiastic. But despite their zealotry, they only managed to gather a bit over 1,000 reputation points. Just around 1% of the reputation required to level up. But considering it was almost 2 months and none of the other guilds had become level 2, such a slow speed was expected. Now they had directly acquired the number of reputations required to jump directly to level 2. How could they not be astonished? Jack remembered then that White Scarfs had also gained a reward for them being the first to establish a guild. Then also when he being the first to fully max out his skill. Seemed like there were lots of hidden rewards in this world for being the first one. Not everything though. Jack turned to Penuel. "Do you know we will get this reward for being the first one to build a headquarter?" "No, I don't," Penuel replied. Too bad, so he couldn't cheat by knowing which one he should focus on trying to be first then. Everyone then heard Bowler cheered out, "Wow! Did you hear? 600 gold coins? We are rich. How should we share it?" "You can't share it," Penuel said to him. Those coins are considered guild resources, can only be used for guild matters. You can't take those coins out. We can't. A clear disappointment in his voice. The army had also transported outside and was standing around in a protective manner. The 3 hours' time of the beacon was not yet past. Jack went over to the 2 knight captains. I'm sorry for the loss of your people, Jack said to them. Humph, really? I can see that you were just using us for your own goal, Diego uttered. Matthias gave a wry smile. He then said to Jack, Don't mind him, he is always the brooding sort. Our soldier's loss is indeed a tragedy. But that is our job as a soldier. We can lose our lives at any time. The way I see it, you have helped us take out a bandit gang within our region. If we are to do it ourselves, the casualties will be more. You guys managed to destroy the core, so our fight with the outpost boss was cut short. That is a great accomplishment by itself. While Jack went and had a chat with the knight captain, Jeannie and John tried to go into the sole remaining building in that place. Everyone deduced that the building was their new guild headquarters. When they tried to open the door, it won't budge. An interface appeared in front of the door, asking them for the headquarters name. We get to name the headquarters? Bowler said in surprise. Cool. What should we call it? Everyone had a discussion about it. Jeannie tried to organize the discussion. John, in the meantime, typed something into the interface while everyone was discussing. The door opened not long after. Everyone turned to the open door with a surprise. Seeing John was standing there, Jeannie asked, Did you type in the name already? John simply grinned and went inside the building. What's wrong? Jack came back and asked. That prick just gave our headquarters a name without anyone's consent, Bowler said as he pointed at John's back. What name did he give? Jack asked. Open your guild page, Flame said. Everyone did so. Guild name, Everlasting Heavenly Legends. Guild level, 2, reputation, 101, 252/500, 000, comma, guild members, 54/1, 000, gold coin, 600, guild headquarter, Heavenly Citadel, food, 300/1, 000, mineral, 100/500, wood, 100/500, mana, 0/1000, Heavenly Citadel? That prick. Why did he only pick the word of his choosing? Why didn't he name it as Legendary Citadel? Jack complained. Then he turned to Penuel. How do I change the headquarters name? Penuel answered. You can't. That name is final. What? Can't we go to the Guilds Association and request for a change? Nope, Penuel affirmed. Juhna Euro. Everyone rushed into the building, intent on teaching the guy a lesson. Earmouth, who was watching from afar, was completely dazed by what he witnessed. They had seen the army assaulting the bandit outpost. They originally planned on looking for a chance to kill-steal the outpost core, but with the hordes of the army all over the outpost, they did not dare to show themselves. They have been wondering non-stop how Jack managed to gain the assistance of this army to raid the outpost. Then suddenly the fighting stopped. Not long after, the entire outpost disappeared, leaving only a single building, and Jack's team was seen again. As he was still in much bewilderment, he suddenly received a message from Scarface. What did that everlasting heavenly legends do? You were watching them, right? Huh? What do you mean? Earmouth replied. Why did Scarface suddenly ask about this guild? Their guild just jumped to the top of the guild chart. Scarface sent a reply. Inside the Guilds Association, there was a board that showed the chart of top guilds. The guilds were ranked by their reputation points. All this time, the top 10 were always held by most of the top guilds. Several from the guilds in the coalition, especially the top 3 founding guilds, Death Associates, Corporate United, and Wicked Witches. Then other prominent guilds such as White Scarfs, Saint Edge, Black Cloak. These few had always competed, and the ranks continued to shift one day over another. Death Associates, White Scarfs, and Saint Edge were the 3 that had held the top 3 most of the time. Death Associates had even almost reached level 2 for their guild. They only need a few more days to complete some more quests. But today, a fledgling guild nobody knew, who never had been seen before on the list of this chart, as it only listed the top 50 guilds. Suddenly, this unknown guild shot up directly to the first place, completely baffling every guild member who happened to be in front of the chart. They immediately contacted the superiors in their guild, reporting this shocking phenomenon. Some even went to the association counters and reported that there was an error on the chart, which the staff replied to each one that no such thing had occurred. Inside the heavenly citadel, Jack and the others came upon a very spacious grand hall. The ceiling was as high as a Gothic cathedral's ceiling, while the size was larger than a soccer field. The ones who entered were so awed by the space that they had completely forgotten that they rushed in to scold John. In the center of this hall was a large but low and round platform. John was at the edge of this platform working on something. Suddenly a hologram image came up on top of the platform. Everyone immediately went over to crowd around the image. "What's that?" someone asked. "It's the image of the landscape surrounding this headquarter," Penuel informed them. "This will be the territory owned by the guild." After hearing Penuel's information and looked closely, they could now recognize the image. At the center of the image was a small building in which they were in. Looking from a bird view perspective compared to the eye elevation was completely different. "We owned all this land?" Viral Cora asked, dazed. "Yes, and you should start to work on this land and secure a strong foothold if you want to keep it as yours," Penuel said. "Work it? How to work it?" Jack asked. "That, my friend, if you have listened to our meeting with your fairy companion here, you wouldn't have been so clueless now," John said. He typed in something on an interface beside the platform. Some additional images came up, floating above the landscape image. There are words accompanying these images. Existing structures, guild hall, level 1, lodging quarter, level 1, worker quarter, level 1, mana cell, level 1, warehouse, level 1, power crystal, level 1, teleportation chamber, jail, buildable structures, farm required, 20 lumber, 10 mineral, 40 gold coins, workers needed, 3, construction time, 2 days, mine required, 15 lumber, 20 mineral, 70 gold coins, workers needed, 5, construction time, 3 days, lumberyard required, 20 lumber, 15 mineral, 60 gold coins, workers needed, 5, construction time, 3 days, fishery required, 15 lumber, 15 mineral, 50 gold coins, workers needed, 3, construction time, 2 days, blacksmith workshop required, 25 lumber, 40 mineral, 100 gold coins, workers needed, 5, construction time, 5 days, alchemist workshop required, 30 lumber, 30 mineral, 90 gold coins, workers needed, 5, construction time, 4 days, kitchen required, 25 lumber, 35 mineral, 80 gold coins, workers needed, 5, construction time, 4 days, scroll-making workshop required, 25 lumber, 25 mineral, 100 gold coins, workers needed, 5, construction time, 5 days, watchtower required, 20 lumber, 20 mineral, 20 gold coins, workers needed, 2, construction time, 1 day, wall required, 15 lumber, 35 mineral, 30 gold coins, workers needed, 4, construction time, 3 days, barack required, 50 lumber, 50 mineral, 200 gold coins, workers needed, 8, construction time, 7 days, upgradable structures, lodging quarter, level 2, required, 30 lumber, 30 mineral, 50 gold coins, workers needed, 4, construction time, 2 days, worker quarter, level 2, required, 30 lumber, 30 mineral, 40 gold coins, workers needed, 4, construction time, 2 days, warehouse, level 2, required, 40 lumber, 40 mineral, 80 gold coins, workers needed, 6, construction time, 2 days, power crystal, level 2, required, 100 lumber, 100 mineral, 200 gold coins. Workers needed. 6. Construction time. 3 days. Are we in a building sim now? Giant Steve asked. No, friend. We are entering the RTS era now. John exclaimed. Jeannie chuckled. She then explained, as you can see, with a building headquarter, we can now build structures to further develop our headquarter. Each of these structures has its own function. You can interface with the image to read its function. For example, this guild hall level 1 is the room we are standing in at the moment. Lodging quarter is over here. Jeannie touched the large landscape image and made some hand gestures. Jeannie motioned so the image of the headquarter building was zoomed in. The layout of the building became visible. They could see it consisted of several sections. Jeannie pointed at the section where they could see many bunk beds inside the room. Us players can sleep in here. It functioned the same as the inn, so you don't need to go back to the city or make camp to stay the night. At its current level, it had 300 beds. More than enough for us now, but won't be enough later if we reach full members. Still, it's not like all members will come and sleep here at the same time. The lodging quarter, however, can be upgraded. The size will increase once upgraded and more beds will be available. This here is the worker quarter. Jeannie panned to a small room nearby. Only 10 beds? Bowler asked. It's not for us. It's for the NPCs. You mean natives? Penuel protested. I apologize. Yes, natives. Jeannie corrected. They are the ones that will do all the menial work here, like constructing a new structure, mining the mines, and such. Are they here now? You have to hire them first from the Guilds Association, Penuel said. Each worker will have a weekly wage and daily requirement of food. So you have to pay attention to never have those coins and food empty, or else the workers will leave the guild. If that happened, you will have to pay their starting fees again to rehire them. I assume the farm will be where we get the food. What about gold coins? Trinity Dawn asked. From you Outworlders. You can give your personal coins to the guild as a donation. You will then be given guild contribution points in return. You should have found this contribution point inside your status page. You should have already gotten these guild contribution points when you did guild quests. I haven't. I only got it just now for taking down the outpost, Jack said. He had not yet done any guild quest. Penuel ignored him. These guild contribution points are the currency you used when you want to use the guild's services. What services? Bowler asked. For now there are only the power crystal and the warehouse. There will be more once more structures are constructed. You can find out yourselves. Taking the warehouse as an example, Jeannie continued her explanation. You can donate your unneeded equipment into this warehouse and get guild contribution points. Other players can use their guild contribution points to get the equipment or item from the warehouse. Everyone started playing with the interface to read the descriptions of each structure. After a while, someone blurted out, Barack? It says here we can train foot soldier unit. Does this mean we can have our own personal NPC army? Army is a big word. But in time, a small garrison of troops is possible, Jeannie replied. This troop can only guard the territory your guild owned though, Penuel clarified. Do not expect you can take this troop everywhere you like. And please note that territory is different than region. The capital is included within your region, but for your territory, that is roughly only around 30 kilometers square with this headquarter as its epicenter. Ohayuro, a hint of disappointment on everyone's face. That's for Guild Hall Level 1. Once you upgrade this structure, your territory size will increase, Penuel added. Ohayuro, same remark from everybody but with a hopeful tone this time. Jack came to Jeannie's and John's side. So, what should we build first? You will need to go to the Guilds Association and hire our 10 workers, John said. Why me? Duh. Aren't you the richest amongst us? That still doesn't mean I can squander all my coins just like that. Isn't this supposed to be a group thing? Jack protested. You will get guild contribution points for hiring the workers using your personal coins, Penuel informed. Oh, I guess it's okay then, Jack said. So, what are you going to build first after getting the workers? We have to build the Barack from the get-go, John said. Why is that? 'Cause we will need to prepare a defense as soon as possible. Do you think us 50-something people can defend this headquarter from the top guilds? If they manage to destroy the guild core in this hall, they will get this headquarter. These NPCs, natives troops will be our best line of defense at this stage. Yes, any foot soldier unit you produced will directly be level 30, Penuel said. Wait, doesn't this mean we will be vulnerable before the Barak is up? It takes 7 days to build that bloody thing, Jack said. Don't worry, newly captured headquarter has a 2 weeks protection status, Genie explained. Oh, Jack heaved a relieved sigh. He had planned to go out to fill his EXP for the lightning god blessing. He couldn't afford to be asked to stay here to protect this place. Once we build the Barak, then we will proceed with building all the 4 resource gathering structures to speed up the procurement of resources, John said. Luckily, we get the starting resources from capturing the outpost then, Jack said. Otherwise, how do we build anything? You can still have your workers gather the resources without those buildings. They will simply gather them from the wild, Penuel replied. This site is actually very good. When we first encounter this outpost, I have thought that it is an excellent site for a guild headquarter. It has a mountain for the mines, a small forest nearby, and even a small lake behind that can be used for fishing. Considering this is the region closest to capital, I reckon this site might be the best one in all this Themisphere kingdom. Ain't we lucky then? Jack exclaimed. Yes, lucky you guys raided this outpost first. If another non-guild party raided it, the outpost will disappear and it will randomly pop up on another site, which might not be the best place for a headquarter. The first outpost location is usually the best for a headquarters location. Our advantage is not only the resources it provided, John said. This landscape is also good for defending. How so? If someone wants to attack, they can only do it from 2 fronts, the south and west sides. We got a mountain at our east and a huge lake at our north. Before I say anything further, Penuel, can someone bring a ship to the lake? Ship is not something that can be put inside Outworlder's storage bag. If someone is bringing ships there, it will be done manually, which means they will be easily spotted, Penuel said. There is a spell that allows a party to walk on water though, but at this stage you probably won't meet an Outworlder with such a spell yet. Okay, then we will have to worry about the lake at a later point then. For now, we only need to worry about an attack from these 2 sides. In the south part here, which were the plains where we came from, it will be easy for us to see if any enemy is coming for us. The forest in the west here will provide a better place for our enemy to hide if they prepare an ambush, but the reverse is also true for us. We ambush them back? More correctly, our traps will ambush them. We can build traps? Once you build the blacksmith workshop, have sufficient resources and have someone with high enough blacksmith skill, that is, Penuel said. Yes, so this period of 2 weeks will be very busy for us. Now everyone gathers around. I will assign a task to each of you, John said. He then turned to Jack. As for you, why are you still here? Didn't I already give you a task? Can't you say that with a little bit more courtesy? For goodness sake, I'm the same rank as you. Don't mind him. You know how lousy his attitude is. Genie mediated. We have to trouble you then. Thank you for all your effort in advance. See? You should learn more from her, Jack said to John, to which John only waved him away. Before he left, Jack said to his 2 fellow leaders, Heads up, I will be gone for around 2 weeks, probably more. Got an important thing that cannot be postponed. So I might not be able to help with anything during the time. Wow, you really are leaving everything to the 2 of us. Not that I haven't expected it, John responded. But stay 1 night here first. I still need several things to go through with Penuel. You can leave tomorrow. All right, I can do that, Jack said. He was about to head out, when Penuel called for him. Where are you going? That prick asked me to go to the Guilds Association in the capital, Jack answered. You are going on foot? On steed more precisely. Don't you see this headquarter already have a teleportation chamber? It's already operational? I thought we have to register our guild link with the capital's one or something like that before it can be used. It has already automatically linked with the city within the region. For other cities, yes, one member will have to reach said city first and establish the link before you can teleport to that city. Cool. Where is this chamber? Jack ran back to the holographic platform again and checked the position of the teleportation chamber. He realized something and asked Penuel, "Hey, there is a jail as well. What is it for?" "Try going there and have a look. You will see an interesting thing," she replied. An interesting thing? Jack's curiosity was piqued. He decided to stop by there first before the teleportation chamber. As he was walking, John noticed him and gave him a look that said, "Why are you still here?" Jack gave him back a look that said, "If you have a problem, come at me." Jack followed the layout shown in the holographic image and found the stairs that brought him down to the basement. That was where the jail chamber was located. It was a damp and dim chamber, a stereotypical interior of a jail. There seemed to be 10 prison cells covered by iron trellises. He looked around and could not identify anything that could be described as interesting. Was Penuel just messing with him? He was just about to turn to Penuel when his vision caught a shadow inside one of the prison cells. He observed more carefully and the shadow moved. Jack walked over to get a closer look. The shadow made the same approach and came to the iron trellis. "Holy shit!" Jack exclaimed as he stopped short on his approach when the shadow came into view of the dim light. The face that was illuminated by the light was a savage and barbaric kind, but one that Jack recognized. In fact, he had just been fighting with the owner of this face not long ago. The one occupying one of the prison cells was Uruk, the outlaw leader of the bandit outpost they had just conquered. Uruk used his 2 powerful hands to rattle the iron trellis that caged him. The trellis shook with a worrying sound, but it held. "That is a Euro." "Yes, the outpost boss from before," Penuel answered before Jack finished his question. "But why a Euro? If one successfully raided an outpost and turned it into a guild headquarter without killing the boss, the boss would automatically be transferred here." Penuel again answered his question before it was completed. Jack looked at Uruk with amazement. The barbarian was still shaking the iron trellis fiercely. Would that thing hold? Jack wondered. Penuel continued with her explanation. "In fact, now that you have access to the jail, whenever your guild members successfully raided another outpost or destroying an outlaw gang hideout without killing its boss, they will be transferred into this jail." "Outlaw gang hideout?" Jack asked. "You can see it as a miniature bandit outpost. Only the boss will be captured? Only the boss. Do you think you can fit all the other outlaws into this tiny jail? What good is holding the boss here? Better kill it for items drop." There are 2 benefits to choose from for capturing a boss alive. 1, you can hand the boss over to the kingdom faction for a bounty that is not less generous than the rewards if you kill the boss, probably even more. In addition to that, your guild will receive a good amount of reputation as well. Great! What are we waiting for? Let's hand him over and claim the bounty, Jack said enthusiastically. You are truly an impatient one. Did you forget already I mentioned 2 benefits to choose from? My suggestion is to not hand over this one to the authority. He is of the rare elite grade and looks to have a good potential. Oh? Why is that good for us? Because the possible second benefit is that you can choose to recruit this boss. Recruit? You mean he works for us? He will fight for this guild. That's exactly what I mean. But first, your guild has to reach level 3 and be able to build a certain structure called Hero's Altar. Apart from that, someone in your guild needs to defeat him in one-on-one combat before you have the chance to recruit him. Uhayuro one-on-one combat? Maybe we should just hand it over to the authority for the bounty, Jack said. Are you that pessimistic? Very unlike you, Penuel criticized. Ahaha, I'm kidding, Jack laughed. He then turned to Uruk, who was still staring at him menacingly from behind his cell. I look forward to defeating you in a one-on-one combat. Uruk replied by spitting at him. Luckily Jack was not too near. He managed to dodge the spit. Such uncivilized attitude. Wait till I am level 45, and I will teach you a lesson, Jack said while walking backward. He then went to the teleportation chamber. The device there was similar to the zone portal he had seen at Capital Therath and Thieswall Town. He used the interface there and saw there was indeed an option to teleport to Therath. However, the teleportation device requested the cost of 5 mana core. So this is the use of mana core? Jack asked. Not just for this, Penuel replied. Many magical devices that you could operate which was not in a town will require this mana core. There is also the option if you want to use this headquarters mana to operate this portal. But that option is only available to high-ranking members of the guild, officer, or above. You don't get that option at the moment because this headquarters mana pool is still empty. Oh, I see, there is that mana cell in our headquarters layout. That is the structure that produces our headquarters mana. Yes, the rate is around 5 mana per hour. Jack made a fast calculation. At that rate, it will take more than a week to fill up the maximum 1000 mana storage. Yes, at this time, this headquarter had not much need for the mana yet. But once you build more structures and open up more functions of this headquarter, there will be many things needing mana. Guild members can add to the amount of the mana pool by donating their mana core to the mana cell. Same as donating gold coins, members will get guild contribution points in exchange. I see. Jack didn't put much importance on the mana core, but now seeing how it can benefit the guild, he was motivated to collect more of these mana cores. He then inserted 5 mana cores into the teleportation device. It hummed to life as the runes covering its surface flared with bright light. He felt that the air around him heated up as his body's particles slowly broke apart. His vision was then engulfed by pure whiteness. By the time he could see normally again, he found himself already at the portal zone of Capital Therath. In front of the Heavenly Citadel, the troops that had gathered because of the Themisphere Beacon Stone started to disperse. Although there was still a few minutes before the time limit passed, with Jack teleporting himself to the capital, he had gone out of the range of the Beacon Stone effect, so the troops gathered there were no longer bound by the duty to protect him. Earmouth's team, who saw the troops leaving, declared, "All right, this is our chance. Let's go scout out that place first before our main team arrive. But do not engage the enemy if you see storm wind. We are simply scouting the place out to learn about it. We will make a further plan once the others arrive." They went down from their hiding place and proceeded towards the new building that had replaced the previous bandit outpost. All of the Everlasting Heavenly Legends members had gone into that building, so no one should notice them approaching. However, while they were still some distance from that building, they bumped into an invisible wall. Since he was leading the team, Earmouth was amongst the ones who collided with the unseen wall hard. He was messaging his pained nose as he stared at the empty air in front. He extended both his arms forward and felt his hands touching something as if there was a solid wall. He tried to push hard, but he could not move forward even an inch. They then heard a notification. Newly captured guild headquarter is under protected status. Non-members are prohibited to enter until the protection status period ended. Guild headquarter? Protection status. Earmouth observed the building in the distance as he thought about all that he had seen. He then sent a message to Scarface. "There is no need to have everyone come here anymore, but there is something important I need to report." Jack was heading to the Guilds Association when Earmouth was playing wall push-up with the invisible wall outside of Heavenly Citadel. Due to the Beacon Stone's effect not yet ended, he ended up getting escorted by nearby patrol guards. He felt awkward as more and more guards appeared and followed him as he walked. Everyone watched him in amazement. Some who saw the march tried to get a better look at this lone player who walked around town with personal NPC troops. They used inspect on him, yet they could not find any information about him from their inspects because of Jack's cloak of shadow. However, several with a better memory remembered his face and exclaimed, "Hey! Wasn't that the demon of Crestfall Plain? What? Hasn't that guy disappeared already? I heard the coalition guilds ambushed and caught him. They tied him and then bury him alive somewhere so he couldn't come back anymore. That's just rumor. How can you believe that kind of crap?" That crap explained his disappearance. Maybe he finally managed to free himself from where he was kept captive, and now he returned with an NPC army. And look, there is even a fairy pet following him. He must be on his way to take revenge on the coalition. Wow! I must really applaud your imagination. Hey, how about we go and introduce ourselves? If we can befriend such an expert, probably he can help us improve. If you are bored with your current level and want to restart again, sure, go ahead. What do you mean? Didn't you know why he is called a demon? He killed everyone who he disliked. If you as much as look at him the wrong way, you can kiss your ass goodbye. That is such a bull. I heard he is very loyal to his friends. He even clashed with the coalition because of his friends, who he then murdered in cold blood for giving him such trouble. Are you for real? How can you believe such nonsense? Go ahead and greet him then. I will stay back and observe first. I think I will observe first as well. Jack heaved a breath of relief when the patrol guards started to walk away when the Guilds Association building was in sight. The beacon's effect must have ended. He couldn't stand the attention if he walked into the building with such an escort. He ran into the association immediately in high speed, mixed in with the stream of guild members coming in and out of the association building, escaping the crowd who had followed him from behind out of curiosity. He went directly to the hall with the row of counters where they had registered their guild the last time and went to an unattended counter. The counter staff greeted him cordially. Hi, I want to hire 10 workers for my guild headquarters. Jack stated his intention without wasting any time. Place your hand here first, the staff told him. He was indicating a red orb on his desk. It was similar to the one at the Adventurers Association when he first registered there. Jack did as instructed. After a while, the staff said, Stormwind, co-leader of Guild Everlasting Heavenly Legends. You have a guild headquarter named Heavenly Citadel. Do you wish to hire workers? Yes, 10 of them please, Jack replied. All right, I will need payment of 10 gold coins then. The guild will have to pay each of them 1 gold coin every week and they will have to receive 2 food every day. Failure to do that will eliminate their contracts. Is that understood? No problem. Jack handed him the coins. These workers had no star classification, but they were almost as expensive as the 5-star workers that he could get from the City Administration Bureau for his restaurant. Jack received a notification that he had gained 100 guild contribution points when he handed the 10 gold coins. From this, he surmised that 1 gold coin equaled 10 contribution points. He should receive the same proportion if he donated gold coins to the guild. The counter staff said the workers would head to the guild headquarters by themselves, and that they would arrive in 1 to 2 hours' time. Jack was amazed. That was faster than if he used his mount. Did they have faster mounts? He didn't ponder about it too long. With the business completed, he planned to go somewhere, however, Penuel again stopped him. Go to Commander Quintus Tower. We will exchange some of your merit points. What for? I thought you asked me to save my points for later. Yeah, that later is now. What's different between then and now? I am still a Viscount. Just go there first. Penuel insisted. All right, I'm going. When he arrived, he asked for the exchange list again. He didn't see anything different than when he last saw the list. Click on the Guild tab, Penuel said. Guild. Now that the fairy mentioned it, he noticed a small tab at the bottom corner marked with Guild. He clicked on it. A new list appeared in front of him. Imperial Rescue, cooldown 1 week, equals request protection on the Guild headquarters from the Kingdom Army for the next 6 hours. Cost, 1400 merit, Squire Insignia limit, 1, equals convert trained foot soldier unit to Squire unit. Cost, 500 merit, resource boost, cooldown, 3 days, equals boost resource collection speed in the next 2 days. Cost, 200 merit, reputation boost, cooldown 3 days, equals boost reputation earned from guild quests in the next 2 days. Cost, 300 merit. The options in this new list all cost many more merit points than the regular list. He only had 1990 merit points at the moment. He couldn't exchange for all of them if he wanted to. After reviewing the list, he asked the fairy, Penuel, will our guild headquarters be attacked by a group of outlaws or a swarm of monsters? It's not impossible, but it will be very rare. Almost unlikely considering your guild headquarters' proximity with the capital. Well, in that case, this Imperial Rescue though sounds cool, it wasn't really useful. Is that so? Penuel asked. Because the way I see it, if there are no swarm events, the biggest threat to our guild headquarters will be the other Outworlders. We might scare them back if I use this Imperial rescue, but all they have to do is just stay back and wait for 6 hours to pass until the army dispersed before resuming their attacks. There is not much change we can do in those short 6 hours. In that way, I will just waste a whole lot of merit points for nothing. €1 whatever. That's not what I ask you to exchange for. So, I assume it will be the resource and reputation boost. They are certainly good for the guild. They are, but you better exchange it only if you have too many merit points to spare. Change for that Squire insignia instead. Insignia? I already have that bandit archer insignia. Do we need another one? You can only train an archer after you build an archery range, which required you to build a barrack first. It will take rather long. Your guild headquarters protection status will be expired already by then. You need to prepare a strong force for defense after that protection period ended, which means the foot soldiers which you can start recruiting once the barrack is up. This Squire insignia will upgrade all your foot soldiers into a better version. All right. Jack followed her instruction and exchanged for the Squire insignia. He had 1490 merit points left now. Is this guild list only appeared after we get the guild headquarters? Jack asked Penuel. No, it has been there all along, Penuel answered. Then why didn't you mention it to me last time? If it is just this insignia you need, we should just exchange for it the last time, saving us from coming back here again. Honestly, I'm not really confident about you successfully raiding that bandit outpost at that time. Thank you for your confidence, Jack said to her sarcastically. Well, since he was already here, he asked the officer if there is any new faction quest available. The officer showed him the available quests. There were 2. He thought at first that the 2 were the same ones he saw last time when he took the quest of delivering a parcel to Knight Captain Matthias, but one of them was a new one. Was the other one gone because the time it was available expired? Or was there another Kingdom faction member who took it? Could it be Red Death? Jack was still under the misunderstanding that Red Death was already a Kingdom faction member. Anyway, the new Kingdom faction quest drew his attention. It was another delivery quest, and it was to a place where he had visited before. It was delivering another parcel, this time to Thieswall. Well, since we will stay for another night, let's do this faction quest. I can deliver this parcel real fast by using the portal zone, he said. You can deliver it tomorrow when we depart. The place where we will be going will be closer if we set out from Thieswall. So you will still teleport there tomorrow. Oh, what a coincidence then. Jack then asked the officer for that faction quest. After it was done, he asked Penuel, Is there anywhere else you want me to go to? No, it's all done, she replied. With that confirmation, he started to head over to where he had planned to before Penuel diverted him. He soon arrived in front Ellie's restaurant and Amy's bakery. The 2 of them had completed their renovation. He admired the 2 new buildings side by side. Before the renovation, the 2 of them had the same 3-story height. After the renovation, Amy's bakery became 4-story tall, while Ellie's restaurant added 2 floors directly, making it a 5-story building. The restaurant size was originally already occupying a larger plot of land compared to the bakery, so with this difference in height, the bakery was getting even more dwarfed by the restaurant. They both consumed 150 gold coins to upgrade. Isn't this difference a bit unfair? Jack thought. But he was not complaining. Probably the starting size of the land affected the potential when upgrading as well. He went into Amy's bakery and greeted the 2 busy ladies. There were now additional NPC staffs helping the 2. Amy and Samantha instantly became good friends with Penuel. The 3 chatted as Jack looked around the newly transformed bakery. The shop now occupied 2 bottom floors. The interior became more chic. The upper 2 floors were residential spaces. Jack was again being given the main bedroom on the top floor. The bedroom was now even bigger than before. It was so spacious it appeared empty. Maybe he could buy a few ornamental furniture to fill it up when he had free time and spare coins. Before leaving, he took the bakery's profit that was due today. It was only 10 gold coins. Less than usual despite the bakery had been upgraded to a large shop. Because the upgraded bakery only started operation today, so the profit was still the previous week's one when it was still a medium shop. Additionally, they were not operating for 2 days due to the renovation, so the profit was naturally less. He then went to the restaurant. The first 2 floors were for general customers while the 3rd and 4th floors were room for VIPs. While the top floor was fully rooftop setting with an incredible atmosphere. There was a stage where performers were doing a live show. It was a perfect hangout place. He could see many customers flooding the place already. Ellie and Bill were very busy. There were also many additional players who helped them in the kitchen when Jack peeked inside. Normally he wouldn't have disturbed them seeing how busy they were, but he needed something from Ellie. Jack made himself known. After seeing Jack, Ellie stopped for a while as she took Jack to the side of the kitchen. She then handed him 30 dishes of well-done steak. He inspected the dish and admired the description which said that it increased experience received by 20% for 6 hours. Yep, these are going to help, he thought. After getting what he needed and seeing his 2 investment properties were doing well, Jack went to the Hunters Association. In the association, he asked Penuel about the 10 monsters they would encounter on their travels. After getting the hunting quests, he headed to the portal zone. It was nighttime already by then. He paid some coins for it and then had himself teleported back to Heavenly Citadel. When he came up to the guild hall, there was only John there. He was still working with the holographic interface above the round platform. "Do you know we have Uruk inside the jail in the basement?" Jack said as he approached him. "I do," John answered. "Do you also know the purpose of the prisoners?" "I do. Penuel had told me and Jeannie about the function of most of this headquarters structures. So faster go level up and beat that barbarian senseless." "By the way, where is everyone?" Jack asked. "Away doing tasks," John replied. "Even Jeannie?" She was overseeing the 10 workers that had arrived. "We have 8 of them started building the barack, while the remaining 2 are harvesting food. I've told her that the workers' work was automated, but she wanted to learn their process." The 10 workers had arrived while Jack was roaming around the capital and checking Ellie's restaurant and Amy's bakery. "She is a very organized and hard-working leader, ain't she?" "Yes, appointing her as the main leader was the right call. Either 2 of us is completely unsuitable for that." "Can't argue with that," Jack agreed. "By the way, why have them gather food? Why not the other resources?" Jack asked. "Once we started training foot soldiers, we will need lots of food to support them," John replied. "Our priority is to recruit as many foot soldiers as we can afford in the remaining week of our protection status." "What about coins?" "We only spent coins when we recruit. They don't need one for upkeep, only food." Penuel added, "That's for foot soldiers. Once you get to advanced units, some will also need coins for upkeep." Talking about foot soldiers here, Jack took out the Squire insignia and Bandit Archer insignia. "Where did you get these?" John asked with a surprise after reading their descriptions. "Hee, your grandfather here has his ways," Jack replied with a proud tone. "Aha." John gave a non-committal response, dousing Jack's prideful expression. "You have returned." They heard Jeannie's voice as she approached. "Good. Now that the 3 of us are here, we need to talk about the next step," John said. "What next step?" Jack asked. "Remember our tenet?" "Of course. We are to build a guild that focused on fun," Jack declared. "Did you only remember your part?" John said annoyingly. "Hee, so it is possible to annoy you as well," Jack said with a satisfied expression. Jeannie chuckled. She then said, "A fun guild with close-knit friends aiming for the top. What about it?" "Well, I didn't mention it before, but aiming for the top is impossible with limited members of only close-knit friends. We will need sufficient manpower for that. So we need to recruit as many members as possible. This should not be a problem, considering the countless applications we have received since this afternoon." Jack had also received the ping notification from his guild status window. They could only invite someone from his friend list to be a member of the guild, but others who wished to join a guild could also go to the Guilds Association and send an application to a guild of their choosing. These applications would then be received by the leaders or the counselors. If their applications were approved, then they would become a member. Jack had been ignoring these applications because he thought they would only accept people they trusted. I was wondering about that. Why do we get so many applications all of a sudden? Last few days no one applied at all, Jack asked. It was because we have occupied the first rank in the guild chart, Jeannie answered. Guild chart. Yes, it is some kind of a ranking system that is available to the public inside the Guilds Association. So that's why Jack uttered. Jack had also been contacted by Silverwing and William of Wellington, congratulating him for his guild's sudden rise to the top. He had no idea what they mean at the time. Both extended a desire to work together and form an alliance, considering the three of them were the enemies of the coalition. Jack replied with a courtesy that it was a great idea. Having a friend was always good. However, he also understood that being friends amongst the guild had more to do with political power rather than true friendship. He had a good feeling about Silverwing. He was not so sure, though, about William of Wellington. He didn't know the guy too well, after all. How do you know about it? Did some of our members go to the Guilds Association and saw the chart? Jack asked. No, Selena had messaged me asking about how we managed that, since she saw my name as the leader, Jeannie replied. Ask her if Queen Magenta is aware as well? I bet that crone must be hitting the roof when she learned about this, Jack said mischievously. Jeannie ignored him. She continued, Our guild had managed to shoot to the top because our guild has become level 2 directly after gaining this headquarter, overtaking the other older guilds. So our guild can be said to have become famous overnight. If we want to increase our numbers, it should be now when interest on our guild is high. I agree. We should capitalize on this and accept as many members as we can, John said. But if we just accept anyone, won't that have the potential to ruin the harmony of our current members? Jack asked. He didn't want to be in a guild that just ended up striving to be the best no matter the cost. That was the opposite of fun. It was not the reason he played games for. Also, there will be high possibilities of many spies amongst those new members, considering we have become the #1 guild on the chart. Everyone will want to know how we do it. I have no doubt about that, John said. Don't worry. I didn't forget about our tenet. That's why I have thought of this membership structure. John spread out a paper with a sketch on it. In that sketch, he saw 3 circles, each within the others. The biggest circle was marked with outer members, the second biggest in the middle was inner members, the smallest circle inside in the center was core members. It was just a common member structure of a guild. What's so special about it? Jack asked. Common doesn't mean it's bad. It simply means it is a trusted method that has been used very often. How we interpret this structure is the important part. As you mentioned, the close-knit friends will be these core members. It will be the 54 starting members we have now. We won't add any more to these core members unless all 3 of us agree to it. These core members will be the ones privy to all our arrangements and guild plans. The guild rank of counselor and officer will only be picked from this core members. He then added, for the 4 available counselors, I suggest we picked Bowler, Flame, the Man, and Trinity down. What do you 2 think? I can understand 3 of your picks, but I am surprised you also pick Bowler. Aren't you always poking fun at him? I thought you were looking down at him, Jack asked. The guy did have his shortcomings, but one could not deny his ability to make friends. That guy was possibly the one with the most friends among us. We can see him as our guild ambassador. I have no problem with this selection, Jeannie said. Seconded. Jack agreed as well. Okay. For the 10 officers, I and Jeannie will talk later. Let me return to this membership structure again. The outer members will be the ones that we mass recruited. These people will be our main labor force. Yes, there might be spies inside. Yes, there might be rotten apples inside. But that doesn't matter. They will just be here to work, and in return, they can spend their guild contribution points to earn benefits from the guild. This group will be applied strict rules. They will have minimum contribution points required and minimum coin donations for each week. Failure to do so will have them get kicked out of the guild. No tolerance here. As for the inner members are the ones who had racked up sufficient contribution points compared to others and has stayed long enough with us. These members will be given a discount for the contribution required to use guild services, and also more leniency for the minimum contribution required per week. But they will still not be given access to our guild secrets and plans. They will still mainly serve as our labor force like the outer members. Jack lifted his hand to ask a question. I thought we still don't have a service to provide at this time? Our blacksmith and other facilities are still not up and running. Our warehouse is also still empty. Giving them such a harsh requirement, won't that just cause them to quit? Did you not check the description of our guild's power crystal yet? John asked. Oh, I was busy. So Euro, what's that structure do? Jack asked sheepishly. Jeannie was the one who answered him. It gives a boost of 10% extra EXP to all our guild members who were grinding within this region. Since the areas around the capital are also included as our region, so most of the current players' favorite grinding areas are within our regions. Once players find out about this buff, I believe many more will come running to join us. That's right, John said. Moreover, that is only the passive effect. The power crystal also has an active effect. By paying 10 contribution points, a guild member can enjoy a 10% attribute boost, 5% damage and defense boost for 3 hours. This passive effect can be stacked up to a maximum of 12 hours. So if you pay 40 contribution points, you can go out there to grind for 12 hours before you need to return to recharge that boost. Wow, so good? Even I am tempted, Jack exclaimed. That's why we will have no worry even if we place strict requirements for those outer members, John said. Many will want to take their places if they quit. Also, there is another thing that had caused many independent players to flock to us. Oh? What other thing? Jack asked. Because one of the leaders of our guild is the demon of Crestfall Plain. Since that time when your rumor started going around and when you beat all the challengers, you have gotten rather famous. Many have wanted to become your friends, but they are afraid. Now that they could be in the same guild as you, they can be a part of your group without having to face you directly. Wait a minute, Euro, why are they afraid of me? Jack asked in confusion. Because there has been a nasty rumor about you killing most of your friends for even a small offense, like looking at you in the wrong way, talking too loud at you and such. What bullshit is that? Which asshole spread that kind of rumor? Yours truly, John said. What the Euro? Why did you do that? Do you prefer to getting swarmed by all those players every step of the way when you are in town? I did this for your sake. If you put it that way, then I guess I have to thank you, Jack said. But after a while he added, I find it difficult to believe you do it for my sake. Tell me the truth. Why do you spread that nasty rumor? John shrugged. Call it a fit of irritation. Everyone kept on saying that the coalition was beaten back solely because of you. Did no one remember that it was my brilliant strategy that was the one that had defeated the coalition? Peh. Such a narrow-minded strategist. Jack spat. I'm still smarter than you. John retorted. I'm still stronger than you. Jack shot back. Well, if you guys are done quibbling, can we please get back to the serious matter? Jeannie said. With the situation where we are the only one with guild headquarters, we have no competitor. We have to capitalize on it as best as we can. And from what Penuel told us, there will be more benefits with later structures. As long as we can keep this headquarters for ourselves, we don't need to worry about our guild's future. That's why we need to do all we can to defend it. With additional members, we will also have sufficient player army in addition to our squire troops. That right, John agreed. Even if some of those players can't be trusted, we can always put them in the front line as cannon fodder. Why do you always have to make everything sound so bad? Jeannie complained. Great Euro, hey. By the way, where's the fun part of our tenet? Jack asked. John gave him a glance before saying, the core members have no obligation. Even if they don't contribute, they won't get kicked out of the guild. So they can have as much fun as they like. Satisfy? That's more like it. Games should have more freedom. Jack grinned. Freedom is overrated. Do you know what total freedom is? Chaos. I don't like you? Then I am free to kill you as long as I am powerful enough. Do you want to live in a free society like that? Civilization was born out of rules and regulations. It is the tool we create to combat the freedom that bred chaos. But too many rules will make you a dictator. Who would want to live in a society like that? Jack countered. That's why we have to maintain a balance. Are we going to debate about philosophy here? Jeannie mediated. Let's get back to the matter at hand. If we give such leniency to the core members, won't that create jealousy with the outer and inner members? Don't worry. If they complain, we just send Storm their way to straighten them up, John said. He is the one that insisted on fun, so he will be the one that takes care of the consequences. No problem. Anyone dare to complain, I will whoop their asses, Jack declared. Jeannie shook her head helplessly. Jack then told them about Silverwing and William of Wellington's proposal for an alliance. John said he would think about this further. If they went into an alliance, a ground rule would have to be decided. Jack was never good with political relationships, so he said he would let the two of them decide on it. He, however, vouched for Silverwing and told them that he could be trusted. Jeannie also mentioned that he might try to make peace with wicked witches. She was, after all, an ex-member of that guild. It would not be good if their two guilds are enemies. Jack told her that with Queen Magenta's personality, it would be a hard sell. Not to mention that guild was in a coalition that had been in conflict with most members of their guild in the past. Jack said not to expect too much friendliness from that guild. He, however, also told her that if possible, tried to poach Selena or other competent Wicked Witches members to their guild. Jeannie replied by rolling her eyes at him. Jack left Penuel with John and Jeannie as he went outside to grind monsters around the Heavenly Citadel. The headquarters was still located in the wilderness, so there were monsters wandering around in the vicinity. Yet, the monsters' levels were not as high level as the bandit outpost's outlaws. Those outlaws had been boosted due to the outpost upgrade from small to normal-sized. The natural level of the monsters around this part was around level 25 to 30, mostly populated by the earth salamanders which Jack had fought before he discovered the bandit outpost in the past. He met with the man's team. Some were playing bodyguards to the workers who were constructing the barack. Some were escorting the two workers who were harvesting food from the grassland and forest nearby. With their level and number, dealing with the normal monsters around this part was not a problem. It was a good EXP gathering activity as well. He also saw Fierce Flame with them. Her savage wind wolf was dashing around the slow earth salamanders as it dodged their acid breath. Once in a while the wolf body turned into a blur as it blitzed around the salamander. Damage number appeared as it performed its blitz attacks. The salamanders were so distracted by the savage wind wolf that Flame just stood in her place and kept shooting arrows at the salamanders like nobody's business. This was the first time he had seen the savage wind wolf in action. All the time before, when they were together in the expedition and during the raid on the bandit outpost, they had always fought against a much higher level of monsters, so Flame never summoned her pet out to fight. Now that Jack saw their coordination, he admitted that a strong pet could indeed enhance an archer's prowess by a large deal. Jack said a brief hi to all of them before rushing away. He ran around slaying any monsters he encountered. He made sure not to wander too far, otherwise Penuel would get teleported to him. The next morning, the four met again in the guild hall before Jack took off. So, what did you talk about last night? Jack asked the three. Guild business, something a bogus leader like you had no need to know of, John replied. Jeannie giggled. Apart from discussing more features of this guild headquarters, we were also preparing a guide for the members. A guide? Yes, a general guide on this world, the advanced classes, the elite classes, and the standard skills of these classes. Some more detailed explanations for special kinds of skills like an archer's pet taming skill. Also where to go to change class, what to prepare. About factions. Some things like that. John then added, of course, we don't give this guide to just everyone. Outer members will not get any guide. Only inner members can see this guide, but even then it will only be general guides. Something that I believe other guilds are also already privy to. The more detailed guide will only be available to our core members. These core members will be our main strength, so we need them to help them improve as fast as possible. Great. Then I will leave the guild in your two capable hands, Jack announced. The two didn't respond, they just gave him a cold look. Come on, I'm not bailing. I really have to go because I have something important to do, Jack said. Here I will donate these coins to the guild. Take it as compensation for my absence. Okay? Jack opened his guild status window and did the donation. John and Jeannie opened their guild window as well. When they saw the number of coins entered, both of their eyes bulged out. That was generous of you, Penuel commented as she sat on Jack's head. Jack had donated 100 gold coins, earning 1,000 contribution points in exchange. He didn't have much use of the contribution points at this time, but he figured the guild would require the coins for fast development. Although the squire would not need coins for upkeep, they still required coins when recruiting, so this donation should give John and Jeannie an easier time to plan ahead. Well, in this case you are forgiven, John said. Now scram. We will call you again if we need something. Thank you, Storm. You take care of yourself. Don't be too reckless, Jeannie said. I will. You take good care of yourself as well, Jack said to Jeannie, purposefully ignoring John. Asking him to not be reckless is the same as talking to a brick wall, Penuel commented. No one asked you, Jack said to the fairy. After bidding them another farewell, he went out of the guild hall and came into the main foyer. There were many new faces outside. These were the new players who just joined their guild. The man and bowler were busy organizing them. The guild hall was not a place where everyone could go into, as it housed the guild core. The platform for controlling the headquarters interface was also in this hall. Thus the entrance to the guild hall could be set to only allow specific members to enter. Jack walked quickly, avoiding contact with the new recruits. He went to the room that housed the guild's power crystal first. He had so many contribution points, so he decided to get the active buff. He paid 40 contribution points for a 12 hours buff. He then went to the teleportation chamber. Pointy Tip was waiting for him there. Jack had asked Tip and Bowler to concoct several alchemical products for him. He had messaged them to come to the teleportation chamber to give him the ones they had produced. Since Bowler was busy with the new recruits, he had passed his potions to Tip. Tip handed Jack 50 regeneration potion, 50 rejuvenation potion, and 20 poison salve. Jack had provided them with the coins to buy the ingredients, hence they could produce these numbers. They were happy about it since they could increase their alchemist's proficiency. For the poison salve, 20 was the maximum number Tip could produce since there was no more poison gland available. Jack had asked Dylan to procure some and gave them to Ellie. If Ellie got the ingredient, she would contact Tip. Jack had introduced the two. Jack looked at the detail of the poison salve. Poison salve, rare consumable, applied on a physical weapon. The applied weapon has a 50% chance to inflict poison and weakness status. Add 20% earth damage. Duration 2 hours. The duration was less than the whetstone, but the buff was better even than an enhanced whetstone. His Stormbreaker already had the ability of 15% chance to inflict poison status. If he applied this poison salve to it, it would most likely inflict poison 2 out of 3 slashes. The 20% damage boost was the same as the enhanced whetstone, but this one caused earth damage, so for one who had no earth resistance, they would receive more damage even if they had a high defense. Someone might complain about a poison salve causing earth damage, but Jack didn't bother about it. Probably because the creator of this world wanted to keep it simple to 7 types of elemental damage. Well, then again, there was also that chaos damage. Penuel also mentioned that there was one other type that was similar to chaos damage, as it also had no registered resistance against it. Penuel didn't tell him though what that last damage type was. After storing the potions and poison salves, he activated the teleportation device. He teleported to Therath first before paying another fee to teleport to Thesewall. Once he arrived there, he registered the guild portal with this portal zone in Thesewall. Now, one could use the guild's portal to teleport to Thesewall, though of course if one was not a member of the Kingdom faction, they would immediately get expelled by the guards guarding the portal. Jack had informed Jeannie to set a restriction in the teleportation chamber so that not everyone could select the option to teleport to Thesewall. He went to complete his faction quest, which was delivering a parcel to this town. In the quest description, it said it was to be delivered to the infirmary. He had gone there the last time he was here, so he had no problem finding the place quickly. When he went in, the place was much different than the last time he was here. Last time the place had been turned into an emergency hospital with bunk beds all over the place. Now those bunk beds were gone already, leaving just a few of them, separated by walls made of curtains. The place looked more spacious and neat now. He immediately saw someone he recognized. He called out to the person, "Yo, Albert! You never seem to leave this place, do you?" Albert turned around with an annoyed face. Who the hell called him in such a disrespectful way? "It's you, that impolite outworlder. I see you are still as rude as ever," Albert replied. "Oh, I see you even got a pet," he added when he saw Penuel, who was hanging around on Jack's shoulder. "Hey, you are very rude yourself," Penuel complained. "Oh, come on. I thought we have bonded since the last time. You even asked Gus to give me a recipe for the basic regeneration potion. Doesn't that say that you like me already?" "I like your sister. I am just giving that as a small reward for you helping solve that disease problem from turning into an epidemic. I don't like to owe people anything." Look at you, why can't you just be honest with yourself? Anyway, here is a package for this infirmary. I'm not sure who to give it to. There is no description on it." A package. Albert received the parcel. He checked on it for a while before saying to Jack, "Wait here a moment." Then he went away in swift steps. "Hey, why should I wait?" Jack called. Albert was already gone into another room with the parcel. "Should I just leave?" Jack asked Penuel. "Yeah, just leave that rude person," Penuel replied. She was still grumpy after being called a pet. Though Penuel agreed to it, Jack still decided to stay. The guy's tone sounded serious. Also, Jack had known him to be not the type that joked around. Albert soon returned and gave an even smaller parcel to Jack. "What's this?" Jack asked in bewilderment. "I need you to send this to the Grand Healer at the infirmary in Themitis," Albert replied. "What the hell? Do you think I am a postman?" Jack complained. At the same time, he received a notification. Update to current Kingdom faction quest. Delivering parcel to these wall. You need to deliver another parcel to the city of Themitis in order to complete the quest. What the euro it can do that? This is entrapment. How can a quest tell you to do one thing and then change to a completely different thing? Jack complained in his mind. "Well, sometimes that can happen," Penuel answered him through her mind also. "So, are you going to reject? You will consider failing the entire quest if you reject. Anyway, the place we are going to is coincidentally close to that city. We can go there once you are done accumulating the EXP points for the Lightning God Barrage. And use the portal zone there to go back to Therath or Heavenly Citadel." "Yes, that sounds like a good plan." "Okay. I accept," Jack said as he received the small parcel from Albert. "One thing. Do not open it," Albert warned. "What do you take me for?" "I pride myself as a reliable postman," Jack replied. "Who just now complained about being treated as a postman?" Penuel mocked. Luckily, the small parcel was not the kind of package that couldn't be stored inside a player's storage bag. Otherwise, Jack would have to tie it to his belt, but that would also mean a risk of losing it. He didn't spend more time chit-chatting with the chief healer, nor did Albert show any interest in it. They said their farewell and Jack headed directly to the town exit. Jack thought at first to say hi to Gus, but decided against it. What if that commander ended up throwing him another request as well? He would never get to his destination if so. Once he was out of town, he asked Penuel, "Which way?" "Head west," Penuel answered. Jack summoned his uncommon stallion and proceeded to ride it to the west. Jack vanquished the monsters on his way. Penuel chose a route where they only passed through an area with monsters at the average of level 30. So Jack had no problem dealing with them. But he still prioritized traveling speed over monster grinding. It would be at his destination that he would focus on accumulating the EXP. In his travel, he only fought if he had no other choice or if the monsters were on his hunting lists. The journey was largely uneventful. On the morning of the second day after he departed from Thieswall, he received another notification again about the race age thing. He was now 2 months old and the race skill, Limitless Potential, had changed from rank 1 to rank 2. It now provided him with health point plus 300, stamina/mana point plus 50, and all attributes except luck plus 2. The health point increased was rather steep compared to the other for this race skill. He was glad of it, of course. Player's health point was the one most lacking if compared to monsters and NPCs. He hoped that this stat could increase more in the future. On the third day, an eventful matter occurred. He was riding through a barren wasteland, not quite a desert. The ground was hard. There were some trees and vegetation, but scant. The monsters populating this place were mostly ox-like creatures that attacked by charging their enemy using their horned heads. The monsters were around level 30 and were called Hulking Oxbeast. This monster was not on his hunting list, but he made time to kill at least one simply to collect its data into his monster book. As he continued on this wasteland, he suddenly noticed a blue dot on his radar. Player? Penuel, you mentioned there is a large city nearby where we are going, right? Are we close already? No, we are still around 3 days from our destination. That city is another 2 days away after that. Why? He was very surprised, that's why. Another player other than him so far away from main cities? Apart from his higher level and dual-class advantage, the reason he could roam like this in the wilderness was that he got Penuel who guide him through lower-level areas. Did this lone player had such an advantage in the knowledge of this world's geography as well? Can it be that World Maker group? Penuel asked when she also noticed the blue dot. Probably, let's go check it out. That dot is alone. If it is one of that World Maker people, it's a perfect chance to capture him or her for interrogation. You bring a rope? Of course, Jack said as he revealed a rope with power runes etched on its surface. It was similar to the one Scarface had used on Bowler and the others when they were kidnapped. Jack did not know where Scarface got those ropes. The one he held was bought from the Magic Association shop the last time he was there. Penuel was flying around browsing other things when Jack saw this rope and bought it. I see you are prepared, let's go, Penuel exclaimed. And I see you are awfully excited. Do you have a thing about tying people up? Jack asked. Penuel ignored his joke question as she flew higher to get a better view. Jack also went toward that lone blue dot. He unsummoned his steed when he got closer and crouched as he moved, trying to be stealthy going from one cover to the next. The blue dot itself was not exactly lonely. There was actually a cluster of red dots not far away. Jack was rather puzzled by why those red dots were not attacking the blue one. They were rather close to each other to be within those monsters' area of perception. Was the player in hiding? That should be the case, but then, how should he go about capturing the person without alerting that group of red dots? Jack didn't stop moving as he had his thoughts. The place where the blue dot was hiding was in sight already. It was behind a pile of logs. There was also a shack not far away. That should be the place where the red dots were gathering if according to his radar. There were also other scattered red dots moving around in the area. Jack hid when 2 such red dots passed through near him. After they passed through, he peeked out and saw 2 humans were walking away. Outlaws? That is a hideout, Jack heard Penuel's voice. She had flown back down to his side again after making her survey. Hideout? The one you said like a miniature bandit outpost? Jack asked. Yes. So there is a hideout core and a hideout boss inside? Yes. If I destroy the hideout core without killing the boss, it will get sent to the jail in our guild headquarters. Penuel eyed him intensely. Do you know that it is more difficult to destroy the core without killing the boss? You can do that last time because you have the manpower. Now you are alone. How do you suggest you can do that while the boss is attacking you? Anyway, these outlaws' level is around what I can tolerate. Their numbers are also not so big. I should be able to take this hideout on. We will see later once I see how strong the boss is. Did you forget already about the player? What are you going to do about it? Penuel asked. Did you manage to get a glimpse on that player while you were up there? Jack inquired back. No, there were shrubs there. The person must be hiding inside that shrubs. Jack thought for a bit before saying, let's deal with the player first. This hideout won't go anywhere. The player, on the other hand, can run away if he or she saw me fighting the outlaws. Not to mention he might ambush me while I'm dealing with the outlaws. After making sure that no red dot patrols coming in the vicinity, Jack crossed over to where the pile of logs was. By the layout, He bet that lone player was observing the shack where the hideout boss was at. So he approached from the opposite direction to avoid detection. He slowed down his pace as he got closer to the shrubbery. He was not a ranger who got the silent step skill, so he needed to manually ensure that he made no sound as he sneaked on his target. When he could touch the shrubbery already, he waited until the patrolling red dots were further away. The blue dot was still not in motion inside the shrubs, which meant that it still did not register Jack's approach. When he saw that the area was clear, he dashed into the shrubbery and parted the leaves away. He readied his storm breaker as the back of a crouching figure appeared in front of him. This figure turned around, and Jack saw the ugliest face he had ever seen. The face was of a man, but his skin was green, rough. His mouth and nose were especially large, with 2 tusks coming up from his bottom jaw. Jack was so taken aback he yelped and fell backward. The ugly dude in front of him was even more panicky. He shrieked at the top of his lungs as he fell on his butt as well. "Why euro, wait a euro. You a euro, you are an orc," Jack exclaimed. He then looked again at his radar, making sure the blue dot was indeed the person right in front of him. "Are you a player?" Jack finally asked. The orc's frightened eyes suddenly changed upon Jack's last question. "Yo euro, you are a player as well? A human player euro?" At this time, the door to the shack opened. "Who is there?" The outlaw inside called out. The orc's shriek was too loud that it alerted the outlaws inside the shack. "Run," Jack said to the orc. "Runa euro? Aren't they human players as well?" The orc asked. "Player? What the hell are you babbling about? They are outlaws." "Outlaws?" the orc asked in bewilderment as he looked back at the shack. There were already 4 outlaws coming out from the shack. They were looking over to the shrubbery where the 2 were at. "Monsters! They are monsters in human shapes. Now run." Jack couldn't fight the outlaws while being curious about this orc player, so he decided to get him away first. The orc finally reacted. Jack took the lead as the orc followed. The outlaws finally noticed them once they started running. 2 of them took out a crossbow and shot at them. They continued to run as the bolts wheezing through. "They are chasing," the orcs informed. "No shit," Jack replied. "Just keep on running. They will turn back once we are far enough from that shack." Jack turned to Penuel, who flew beside him, and asked, "Am I right?" "Yes, the rule between monster settlement, bandit outpost, and hideout is similar," she answered. True to their roles, the outlaws stopped chasing after a while and returned to where they came from. Jack and the orc stopped running then. The orc was still panting while Jack observed him. He used Inspect on the orc. Life Runner, Rogue, level 24, health point, 780/780. Really a player, Jack thought. "Why can't I read your data? Are you really a player?" Life Runner asked. He must have just used his Inspect on Jack as well. "I have an equipment that blocked other players' Inspect. My name is Stormwind. Are you really an orc? Or are you using some kind of disguise?" Jack asked as his hand went to Life Runner's cheek and tried to pinch the face off. "Hey, that hurts," Life Runner exclaimed as he smacked Jack's hand away. "Sorry, I just never saw an orc player before," Jack said. "Same here. You are the first human player I met," Life Runner replied. "The first? What do you mean? There are plenty of human players around. Where are you from?" "I am from a city called Larabar." Larabar. Jack had no idea where that was. "It is one of the cities in VRMMO, Penuel informed. "VRMMO? How the heck do you even get to this place?" Jack was shocked. Even he had not made it to another country yet. How did this level 24 guy manage to cross countries all by himself? "Well, in the library of Larabar, I've learned there is a country ruled by human race named Themisphere," Life Runner said. "I've pointed out that there might be players out in that country who are using a human body instead of orcs. All my friends mocked me for it. So I researched the direction of this Themisphere country and set out to prove my theory. Turn out I am right. Ha! I want to see those assholes' faces when I told them about this. Before that, can you tell me where you are from? I mean, before you go into this game world. Which city are you from in the real life?" Sandrock City. Sandrock City? That's in a different country, Jack thought. Was it because he was in a different country in real life so he was transported to a different country in this game world as well? What about you? Where are you from, bro? Life Runner asked. I'm from Bay City, Jack answered. Bay City? Hey, I got some of my friends in Larabar that said they were from Bay City as well, Life Runner said. Oh, there goes my theory about different countries, Jack thought. He then asked, so all the players in Larabar are orcs? No humans. Bro, don't even mention a human player. I haven't even seen any human NPC till not long before. The ones you called outlaws. Oh, so that's why you have been observing them. Yes, I thought they could be players at first. But I don't dare to get too close to use inspect on them. Okay, let's get to the real important question here. How do you even travel so far until here? VRMMO is another country from Euro. So I am already in Themisphere? Life Runner cut his sentence. Yes, you are in Themisphere already. Don't you know where you are going? I only know the general direction. I cannot get a map to aid in my travel. Okay, back to my question. How do you make it so far here? I mean, you are still freaking level 24. I can't believe you can travel so far surviving the monsters. How do you fight them with your level? I don't fight them. I hide. Life Runner replied. Wow. You must be a master thief in real life to be able to sneak your way through the monster-infested wilderness, Jack commented. I think he means he uses hide skill, Peniel said. Then to Life Runner she asked, do you have hide skill? Yes, I have, Life Runner replied. Then to Jack he said, that's a pretty cool pet you got, bro. Can even talk. How did you get one? Peniel flew to beside Life Runner and then pulled his ear. I am not a Euro. Ow. Ow. That hurts a euro. Hee hee, you better apologize, Jack said to him, while in his mind he talked to Peniel with a playful tone. Probably it's better if you go back to hiding in your hidden dimension if you don't want people to keep on calling you as my pet. So, what does this hide skill do? Jack asked Peniel. It is as its name implied. It hides your presence, sort of like an invisibility spell. But there is one major flaw in this skill. If any other presence, either players, natives, or monsters comes close enough, the skill will be cancelled. Then his existence will be revealed. What distance is close enough? 5 meters radius from the skill user if the skill is level 1. Ah, I see. 5 meters radius is a large area. This skill won't be useful for infiltration or ambushing, but to travel undetected through the wilderness is still possible. All he has to do is pay attention to not let any monster approach. Yes, this skill has no duration or cooldown, but it can't be used during combat. If you perform an attack or a skill or are hit by a stray ranged attack, the skill will be cancelled as well. You have to break out of combat to be able to activate the skill again. So it is mainly for traveling skill. No wonder you can survive the trip, Jack said to Life Runner. Peniel added, this hide skill is very rare though. You are very lucky to have gotten it. But still, even with this skill, venturing out all on your own into the unknown in a foreign world. Dude, that takes a lot of balls. You have my admiration, Jack commented. You give me too much compliment. I have always enjoyed traveling, Life Runner said. I'm an avid adventurer as well in real life. I always like to visit new places, seeing new things. I play games once in a while though, so I am not that flustered when we suddenly get thrown into this world. Hey, why does this sound like someone he knows? Jack thought, and then remembered sunset walking. No, it was sunrise gazing now, who also had this kind of hobby, or so he claimed. So now that you found a human player, what are you going to do next? Are you going to return to Larabar? Life Runner shrugged. Honestly, I don't know. I was just trying to find out if there are truly human players out here. It is really frustrating, you know? Getting thrown into a strange world and finding out you have been transformed into Theseuro, this grotesque form. I thought that perhaps finding a human player might give me a clue on how to turn back into a human. Uhayuro, Jack scratched his head. It was indeed very unfortunate if one was given an orc race. When all this started, there was an option to choose class, but not for race. They were sort of getting thrown into a predetermined race. If he had not met Life Runner here, he wouldn't be aware that there were players of other races. Now he felt very fortunate to have been able to keep his human appearance. Wait! He suddenly thought of something. If there was an orc player, then the other country's Euro. He talked to Penuel using his mind. Penuel, does this mean that other races, the dwarves, the elves, and the others also have their own outworlders? Yes, it should be so. The prophecy told that outworlders come to this world through all 7 main races. Penuel answered. He then asked Life Runner, do you gain a skill when you gained 1 month of age? Life Runner nodded. What's the skill description? Jack asked. The skill is called Toughness, currently at rank 1. It added 100 to health point, 30 to my stamina, 3 to strength, 2 to reflex. Rank 1, not rank 2? You are not yet 2 months of age. I am 6 days left before I turn 2 months. Why was it different timing? But as for the age skill, it was as he suspected. The age skill was different for each race. The human one gave a uniform 1 point to every attribute at rank 1. Orcs 1 heavily promoted strength stat. Do you know a way for me to change into the human race? Life Runner asked Jack. Instead of answering, Jack turned to Penuel, who answered, a race is not something you can change. Even if you choose to die and be reborn, you will still be of the same race. Sorry. Jack expressed his condolences. Life Runner's shoulders drooped as his face showed disappointment. After a while, he asked weakly, how do you come into this world anyway? Jack gave a short version of his story. The two of them compared their stories and found out they were largely the same. They have to go through tutorial period first, where a certain number of players reached level 10 before an announcement was made to gather them together. Life Runner's tutorial period lasted longer than Jack's. That's when Jack realized why Life Runner's age was shorter. Because his tutorial period was longer, he entered this world at a later time. That's why Jack had turned 2 months old yesterday, while Life Runner needed another 6 days. Well then, since there is nothing that can be done for this race thingy, Life Runner said dejectedly as he took out a town return scroll. Wait! Jack stopped him before he used the scroll. Life Runner looked at him puzzlingly. Before you go, how about doing me a favor? Jack said with a grin. What favor? Life Runner asked. Before answering, Jack sent him a friend request, which he accepted. How about helping me raid that hideout just now? Jack said. What hideout? The one that you are observing before. The shack with the outlaws inside. How to raid it? Those outlaws seemed quite strong. I will take care of those outlaws. You used that hide skill of yours to sneak into the shack. You only need to destroy the hideout core inside. What's a hideout core? When you go into the shack, you should be able to identify it. If not, Penuel here will tell you which one is the core. You want me to follow him? Penuel asked. Isn't that risky? Life Runner asked. Dude, you dare to cross country into unknown territories. Don't tell me you are afraid of this? I guarantee I won't let any of the outlaws go into the shack once you are inside. What's the benefit of raiding that hideout? Because the rewards are very good, Jack said, and then turned to Penuel and asked, right? It was less than the rewards of tiny-sized bandit outpost or monster settlement, but since it was occupied by higher-level monsters, the rewards should be better than the Lizardman encampment you destroyed in the past. Hear that? Jack asked Life Runner. I have no idea about what she has just said. It means the rewards are very good. We will divide 50-50. Come on. Where is your sense of adventure? My sense of surviving is better than my sense of adventure, Life Runner responded. But fine, I will help you. All I have to do is just hack on a core you said to be inside the shack, right? It won't attack me back, right? No, it won't, Jack said and sent him a party request. Jack then asked Penuel, if one member in the party was in a guild while the other was not, if the core is destroyed without killing the boss, will the boss still go to the jail of the one with a guild? Yes, Penuel answered. Oh good, save me the hassle. I thought I will have to persuade him to join the guild temporarily first. By the way, what happened if in the party there are members from 2 different guilds? The boss will go to the one who did the more total damage to the hideout core. So what should I do now? Life Runner asked after accepting the party invite. I have to prepare first, Jack said as he took out a sweet dumpling and a poison salve. He ate the first and applied the second to his stormbreaker. What are those? Life Runner asked. They're stuff to increase my damage, Jack replied, then described the detailed function of each to him. Cool. Can I have some as well? Should take me less time to damage the core then. Sure, here. Jack gave him a whetstone and sweet dumpling. This whetstone also increased damage to a melee weapon. For this poison salve, sorry, I can't give it to you. The material required to produce this thing is rare. I only have limited stock. No problem. But what rare material that thing requires? Small poison gland, Jack answered. Life Runner, who was eating the sweet dumpling, paused after hearing it. He then took out something from his bag. Do you mean small poison glands such as these? Jack inspected the things in his hand. They were indeed small poison glands. Where did you get this? I will buy them if you don't need them. Name your price. Take it, Life Runner said with a shrug. They are easy to buy in the shop in Larabat and are rather cheap. There is also occasionally normal-sized poison gland on sale, but they are more expensive. Really? Jack said with a surprise. Each city offers different wares. Different countries offer even more varied products. Materials and ingredients that are difficult to find in this country might be easy to find in VRMMO, and vice versa, Penuel explained. Jack was contemplating for some while. Life Runner had already finished eating the sweet dumpling and applying the whetstone to his uncommon curved dagger. He was now waiting for Jack with a questioning gaze. Wasn't him the one so eager to raid that hideout? Why suddenly spaced out? Jack then looked at him intensely. The stare scared Life Runner for a bit. Say, Runner, how do you like hanging out with more human players? Oh? Of course I would like that. It's weird to keep on talking with orcs. It kinda makes you forget you are a human yourself. Beautiful. Then join my guild. You can then go to our guild headquarters to hang out with the other human players. Your guild? You are a leader of a guild? And what is a guild headquarter? Jack then explained to him about the guild headquarter feature, and about his guild and his friends. Wow, your guild has that kind of thing? The guilds I know in Larabar only have guild bases. It's a unique thing we got after great struggle. Jack didn't inform him what the requirement is to get a guild headquarter. Even if I join your guild, how do I go there? Life Runner asked. Once you are a part of our guild, you can go back to Larabar. Then you register our guild in the zone portal there. With that, you can go back and forth between your city and our guild headquarters. That's great. Does that mean I can visit the human city nearby as well? I suggest you don't do that. In case you haven't noticed, the political situation between VRMMO and Themisphere is not very good. If the city guards see an orc coming, they might turn hostile. You are lucky you didn't stumble into any human town on your way here, or else you might find out about this in the worst way. Oh Hayuro, such a pity. So why do you want to establish a teleportation link to Larabar? You or your guild members will not be able to travel into that city anyway. It's not the teleportation link that I after. It's you, Jack said. Me? Life Runner asked in bewilderment. You or any other of your friends that can roam around in Larabar. We can exchange resources that are difficult to find in each of our countries. That poison gland, for example. You can buy a load of it and then take it to our guild headquarters to exchange. Our human members can get you things from human country that you can't find in Larabar as well. We can benefit each other. Also, our guild headquarters surrounding is a good leveling territory for your level, with some higher level areas not far away. Although you can't go to human towns, you can still explore the wilderness. You can level up with our other guild members around there. Life Runner seemed to ponder about the offer seriously. Jack let him took his time. After a while, he said, I'm not really a guild material person. I don't like getting tied down. As I said, I like to go around traveling. I can't afford to stay and do guild tasks. What a coincidence. I'm like that as well, Jack laughed. Don't worry. I will make sure you get the leniency. You don't have to do all the required guild tasks to stay in the guild. As long as you can be the bridge with the other orc players and get for us the ingredients and materials that we can't find in our city, it will be good enough. Okay then, let's give it a try. But let me say this first. If I find that I don't like being in your guild, I will leave. I will expect no less, Jack said and sent him a guild invite. At the same time, he sent a message to Jeannie and John. I got us a new member. He will open up a teleportation link to a new city called Larabat for us. But let me warn you first, none of our members can go to this city. You better set a restriction to this city as well so that only this new member can travel there. He received a swift reply message from John. Is his name LifeRunner? I just see his name pop up as our newest guild member. Why is that city not accessible for us? Is it a place where only Kingdom faction members can go to like these wall? You will know when you see him. Make sure that you meet him personally when he teleports over. He will bring you a list of things and explain everything. Oh, one more thing. Do not panic when you see him. You are being weird. Why would I panic when I meet new people? Jack didn't reply anymore, he was just smiling. You are really playful, Penuel commented. Can't you just tell him the truth? What if he really panics and casts a spell? Who will panic? LifeRunner, who was not aware of Jack's messaging, asked. Where is the fun if I just let him know like that? I just regret I can't see his face when they meet, Jack said to Penuel. To LifeRunner, he said, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. I have sent a message to the other guild leader to welcome you when you teleported there. Penuel shook her head. So, how should we do this? LifeRunner asked. They had gone back to near the hideout. They were back into hiding inside the shrubbery next to the shack. You stay here with that hide skill of yours. Wait until I lure all the outlaws out and give you a signal, then you go inside and destroy that hideout core. What if you die? LifeRunner asked. I won't die, Jack replied. What if? LifeRunner insisted. You really have no confidence in me. I will forgive you since you don't know me yet. If I die, you can just go home then. All right. Jack felt like grumbling for that offhand remark, but he decided that actions spoke louder than words. He stood up and said, Prepare to be amazed. He then ran out into the open. There were two outlaws not far away who were walking over in their patrol. They soon noticed Jack and rushed over to attack. At the same time, one of those patrolling outlaws took out a whistle and blew it. It caused a shrill sound that could be heard far away. Jack then heard movements from within the shack. Just like with monster settlements and bandit outposts, attacked one of the patrols, all its occupants came rushing out. The two incoming outlaws were melee type using tomahawk for a weapon. Jack brandished his sword and magic staff, then used charge, engaging them directly in close combat. Why is that guy using magic staff on his left hand? LifeRunner, who was observing the fight, thought. He was then shocked when he saw Jack's magic staff formed magic shield. He can use warrior and mage's skills? Damn, I really am amazed. Then he saw more patrols came joining, some using bows, most used tomahawks. The shack door opened and more came up upon Jack. LifeRunner was ready to bolt by then, but then he saw Jack was still weaving in between the crowd of outlaws. Although he had seen other players with more impressive martial capability, Jack's was pretty good himself, but the way he utilized his skills and spells was more impressive. There were no missed executions. Every skill was used with precision at the most appropriate situations and targets. The outlaws were getting more and more crowded at that place. Although Jack seemed to still hold on, LifeRunner was not sure how long he could hold on. There were too many outlaws there. Suddenly Jack disappeared. No, not disappear, he simply moved away with a very fast speed. LifeRunner saw him some distance away, leaving the crowd of outlaws in his original place. All of a sudden, multiple large balls of lightning appeared around him before they shot towards the group of outlaws. Each ball detonated into an impressive blast of electricity. LifeRunner could feel the wind of the blast even from so far away, and his skin pricked as he felt the electrical residue from the explosion. After the explosion subsided, he saw only scattered remains of coins and items at the center of the explosion. The archers, which were slightly far away, did not receive the combined blast from all the lightning balls, but they were still wounded from a few balls. Jack rushed at them and started dispatching them one by one. LifeRunner was so enthralled by the fight that he forgot that he was supposed to sneak into the shack. Amazed. Penuel's voice snapped him back. She was still there by his side. I will be damned. It will be a lie if I'm not. Perhaps joining his guild is not so bad after all. Why did he need me anyway? He could simply kill them all and then destroy the hideout core by himself. He can, but the target is to destroy the hideout core without killing the boss. Why doesn't he want to kill the boss? I thought at first he needs my help because he was not confident in winning the fight against these outlaws. Guild stuff, Penuel simply replied. The boss should come out any second now. Just as Penuel's words ended, a figure came out from the shack. It was a man wearing a long coat covering most of his body and a large round hat. Just like the Lizardman chief in Lizardman encampment, the boss didn't come out with the cronies. They stayed inside with the core, only until all their underlings were wiped out that they came out. At this time, the last archer had fallen under Jack's feet. Jack stayed at his place as he drank a healing potion to recover his lost health point. He waited for the boss to come to him, in order to allow Life Runner the chance to sneak in. The boss did not disappoint. It walked slowly and with poise towards Jack. Damn! This boss got style, Jack thought. As a show of respect, he also assumed a pose that he thought was stylish. He stood sideways with folded arms and a sideway glance waiting for the boss. He could also be an idiot sometimes, Penuel said to Life Runner after seeing Jack's last theatrics. With the boss out, the shack was now empty. His radar also confirmed it. Jack sent a go message to Life Runner. With that cue, Penuel put some distance from Life Runner so he could activate his hide skill. He then ran to the shack while being invisible. Penuel gave him some time before she flew over to the shack as well. Jack inspected the boss as he walked over. Fast Hand Triggerman, Special Elite Boss, Human, Level 31, Health Point, 58,000. Triggerman? Jack was still wondering about the boss name when it used its two arms to swipe its coat wide open, revealing two revolvers inside holsters strapped to both sides of its waist. Jack was still stunned by the weapon's revelation when the revolvers disappeared from both holsters. By the time he realized it, the revolvers were already in the boss' hands, pointing at him. Jack instinctively raised Magic Shield when the two revolvers flared to life. Almost at the same instant, he felt a strong impact on his shield. He snapped out of his daze and immediately dashed to the side. The boss revolvers never stopped firing. Jack ran sideways as he continued to put his magic shield facing the boss. Despite his fast movement speed, he still got hit 1 out of 3 shots. Penuel did mention that there was a gunner class in this world, so the existence of guns was not strange. But still, he didn't expect to see one so early. Shot fired from a gun was completely different from bows or crossbows. With his speed and reflex, he could still see the arrow or bolt and make the dodge. Bullets from a gun could be said to have arrived once it was fired. Unless he had already moved before the shot was fired, he won't be able to dodge the shot. All he could do was block it. That's why Jack never stopped moving. Jack circled around the boss until his back was facing the shack, before he lunged straight towards the boss. His magic shield was put at his front. He planned to tank his way to a melee fight with this triggerman. Unfortunately, the boss didn't simply let him carry out his plan. It made an abrupt 6 rapid shots from both guns, totaling 12 shots that were so fast it was as if they were shot simultaneously. The 12 bullets slammed onto Jack's magic shield. The first 4 bullets caused Jack's advance to stop. The second 4 forced his body back. The last 4 shattered his magic shield and caused him to tumble back. He looked at his magic staff in consternation. He tried to cast the magic shield again, but nothing appeared. If the magic shield is destroyed, it will take some time before the skill can be used again. He heard Penuel's voice in his mind. Try to endure, we have found the core. Life Runner must have started hitting the hideout core inside the shack. Because at this time, the boss seemed to realize something and looked in the direction of the shack. It ran towards the shack at the same time as Jack rose and blocked his path. Jack had superior body recovery that allowed his body to have some small healing even during combat, but he still drank a basic healing potion and a basic regeneration potion. This boss gun attack was too difficult to dodge. With his magic shield gone, he would most likely be hit more often. He didn't dare to slack. He activated Life Burning Art to increase his speed even more. He threw out a skill or a spell every 3 seconds to make full use of his Speed Fury Show's passive ability. He constantly moved as he used Flash Step from time to time to make it hard for the boss to hit him. He also cast Barrier for protection now that his magic shield was no more. The boss, being a ranged class, didn't dare to let Jack approach. It kept on shooting at Jack as it tried to find an opportunity to went past Jack so it could run to the shack. But Jack's maneuvering forced it to continue to retreat away from the shack. Unless it was willing to risk a melee confrontation with Jack, it would be hard for it to reach the shack. The boss's face was always indifferent since the start of the fight, but Jack could now see anxiety behind its cool expression. It suddenly jumped up straight in the air. Another skill? Jack thought after seeing its weird maneuver. The boss body suddenly spun rapidly. Jack heard continuous gunshot sounds as multiple muzzle flashes were seen. Although Jack never stopped running, the bullets were now dropping as if rain. Wherever he went, there were bullets raining at him. His barrier was soon shattered by the continuous hit. Luckily, the boss skill didn't last long. However, the force from those hits had caused Jack's movement to stop. The boss immediately followed up with another skill. He put his revolvers on top of each other and then fired. The two shots seemed to combine and create one powerful shot. The shot created a sonic boom effect that was visually stunning and equally intimidating. Jack's arm moved automatically once he saw the boss aiming pose of putting both its revolvers together. Jack knew a powerful skill was incoming. He was still reeling and out of balance from the last boss move, preventing him to use shooting dash and his flash step, with no magic shield to block the incoming attack. He was left with either parry or counter using an attack. He chose the latter. He slashed his flame strike in front of him right where the boss was aiming at. The bullet with the sonic boom effect arrived as soon as the boss fired. It's a good thing Jack had anticipated and executed flame strike beforehand. Sword and bullet collided. If it was a normal shot, Jack would most likely miss slashing at the tiny bullet. But the current shot was as powerful as it was large. The energy that followed the bullet which created the sonic boom was as large as a soccer ball. Hence Jack's premeditated slash collided with it. An explosion occurred. Jack still received slight damage, which meant that the total damage caused by that powerful shot was still higher than Jack's flame strike. The explosion also caused Jack to be thrown off. The boss took this chance to run to the shack. Jack made a back somersault to negate the force of the push. Once his feet landed on the ground and had a solid footing, he executed shooting dash. His shooting dash could make 2 dashes at its current level. The first dash did not manage to catch the boss, but Jack sent a sword of light before resuming his second dash. The sword energy traveled faster than his dash and Jack aimed it at the path the boss was running to. He was hoping the boss would stop its advance to dodge his sword of light, but instead, the boss ignored it and let the sword energy hit it. With its high health point, some damage was acceptable. It was more important for it to protect the hideout core. But Jack's second dash still managed to allow him to arrive in front of the boss despite it not being slowed down at all. Jack used swing. With the boss being a ranged type, Jack was not afraid to clash directly with it. When he expected his swing to hit, the boss made an abrupt duck, avoiding the swing while at the same time it did a roundhouse kick in a fluid motion. Jack was hit at the side of his face by the boss' unexpected kick. He was dazed by it. The boss used the chance to step on Jack's unbalanced body and jumped over him. "What the Euro, this cowboy knows kung fu," Jack exclaimed with surprise in his mind. The boss had been avoiding melee contact with him all this time, so he thought it would be powerless in close combat. His daze only lasted an instant as he regained his focus. He got a bad feeling after the boss jumped over him. If it was him, he wouldn't have wasted this opportunity when his opponent was unbalanced. So instead of pushing himself up, he dropped down to the ground instead. At the same time, he heard gunshot sounds. He looked and, as expected, the boss had made a somersault after jumping over him and was currently upside down in the air with both guns aiming at where he was a moment ago. If he did not drop flat to the ground, the 2 shots would have hit him. He countered by shooting a mana bullet at where the boss would be landing. The boss' arm moved and made another shot. The mana bullet was destroyed by the shot. The boss had landed safely. "That was one crazy gunslinging move," Jack commented in his mind. His attack never stopped though. He had already cast energy bolts after the mana bullet. A spell formation quickly formed after. The 8 bolts chased after the boss, who shot continuously at the bolts as it tried to make its way to the shack. A few that it failed to shoot it ignored. Those missed bolts hit its body as it continued to run to the shack. Jack chased after it with his spell formation continued to form. Jack threw the completed spell right in front of the door of the shack. The boss which was about to reach the shack saw 3 crimson chains shot out from the ground in front of the shack. It could feel these chains were not something it should ignore. It stopped its advance and retreated as the chains were about to grab it. It made rapid, accurate shots that hit the chains, stopping them from catching it. With the myriad ensnaring chains guarding the entrance to the shack, the boss had no way of entering. Turned back with an angry expression. Jack had caught up to it when it was retreating from the chains. Jack made another slash at the boss, who ducked and made another side kick again at his head. "You think I will fall for the same trick?" Jack thought as he also ducked and spun his body. Utilizing his spinning momentum, he did a chop kick at the boss who was still in its kicking position. The boss fell heavily with its face facing the ground due to the kick. "You are not the only one who knows kung fu," Jack exclaimed as he rose and prepared to chop down his sword at the boss who was still on the ground. But his vision was covered by 2 muzzles aiming at him. He bolted sideways without hesitation as flashes flared from both revolvers. Although its back was facing upward, the boss could still bend its arms to aim at Jack from behind its back. The boss rose after making the shots. Since the boss failed to force Jack to retreat with the last shots, Jack was still nearby. Jack didn't let go when the boss was vulnerable during its rise. Jack activated Adrenaline Rush and sent 3 rapid slashes at the boss, causing a sizable chunk of damage. The boss tried to pull away but was stopped midway. A ring of light was holding one of its legs. Jack had started casting Magic Bind when he was slashing the boss. He now continually slashed at the boss while it was immobile. When the Magic Bind was about to shatter, Jack used Flame Strike. The boss crossed both his revolvers in front of it as a shield, but the impact still sent it flying far away from the shack. It was very angry for being continuously hindered from entering the shack. The boss was just about to lunge forward again, with both revolvers aiming at Jack, when Jack heard a notification. "Congratulations! You have successfully raided a gang hideout, rewarding 150,000 EXP points. Great! This should shorten the amount of EXP I need to amass," Jack thought after hearing the notification. Too bad hideouts were rare. If he could only find more of these hideouts with feasible levels, his problem with that lightning god blessing would have been solved swiftly. He looked at the boss who was kneeling down without spirit after the notification. A light soon enveloped him as it disappeared. It must have been sent to the guild headquarters jail by now because Jack received a notification that he had received 300 contribution points for capturing a hideout boss. He would let Jeannie and John decide if they were to hand over this boss to authority or keep it. This boss was less powerful than Uruk, and from the exchange just now, he could defeat this boss single-handedly if the battle continued. So they should be able to recruit this boss early. He was elated. He had suspected that he could already go toe-to-toe with a special elite of a similar level, but only now could he really test that theory. The next target was rare elite of a similar level. He heard footsteps from behind and turned to see Life Runner came out from the shack. He was bringing a large sack. He handed the sack to Jack and said, "You are right. The rewards are indeed extremely generous. This is the first time I see so many high-quality loots. I hope you don't mind me taking the liberty to take my share." I divided the coins and mana cores equally. For other items, I only took the things I need. Inside that sack are 18 gold coins, 14 mana cores, 3 uncommon equipment and 1 super rare equipment for warrior, 1 rare gemstone, 2 uncommon materials, and the hideout core. I suppose the core should go to you since you did most of the work. Jack stored the entire sack into his bag and asked, "Did you get super rare equipment as well?" "Yes, I got these boots that can be used by rogue and archer. It helped boost my movement speed greatly. By the way, aren't you going to check the content of that sack?" "Why? Did you lie to me?" Jack asked back. "No," Life Runner replied. "Then why do I need to check?" Uhayuro, don't you want to make sure? To end up with that kind of mindset, you must have been subjected to many deceits. I'm sorry for you, but don't worry. I believe you. Ayuro, that's no to euro, never mind. Jack chuckled. I'm in a hurry now. I will look them over at night when I rest. So, what shall we do now? I will continue my journey. As for you, what you need to do next is go back to Larabat and establish the teleportation link with our guild headquarters. Then you go make a list of the items that you can buy in Larabat's shops. Take that list and go to our guild headquarters. Give the list to the other leaders, Jeannie or John. Just send them a message before you teleport it over. I have told them to spend the time to receive you when you do. They will introduce you to the others after that. All right. If I have other friends that are interested to join as well, can I introduce them? Sure, but they will have to do guild tasks like other normal members though. Life Runner nodded. It's great to finally talk to a human again, he said. It is a euro odd to talk to a friendly orc, but we will get used to it, Jack said. Okay, got to go now. See you later. I hope you find it comfortable to be in our guild. I hope so too, Life Runner replied. After parting with Life Runner, Jack continued his journey to the west. Penuel returned to guiding him in passing through areas with monsters below level 35. Unless it was the monster from his hunting list, Jack only stopped to kill one of each new monster he encountered. One kill was already enough for that monster data to enter his monster books, even if he did not have the book for a particular monster type yet. Once he accumulated enough points and exchanged them for the books later, the data would automatically enter the new book. On the night after he parted with Life Runner, he did look over the items inside the shack. He didn't bother to inspect the uncommon equipment, he just piled them together with the other equipment he had amassed all this time. Once the pile was too large, he would then spare the time to fuse them using his transformation prism. The uncommon materials were silver ore and basilisk scale. Apart from, or that was needed for upgrading weapon level, he didn't really put much thought into the other materials. He still had other such materials in his bag. He planned to store them in the guild warehouse once they build a blacksmith workshop and recruit some players who were more focused on developing blacksmith skills. These materials would be needed when the guild found or bought new recipes. With a guild, he no longer had to worry about developing the artisan skills. Such jobs could be shared. This had and always was the strength of a community. No one person had the ability to excel in every single field, no matter how genius that person was. Such a feat was only a daydream. A corporation was formed precisely to gather multiple talents to work together in achieving a single objective. A guild was no different. What interested him the most from the hideout's rewards were the rare gemstone and the super rare equipment. The rare gemstone was sapphire. It was of water element which was compatible with his runestone of duration. He summoned the runestone at once and without hesitation feed the rare sapphire to it. It received 200 elemental energy and immediately upgraded to rare grade. Runestone of duration, rare runestone. Increase the duration of products created from artisan jobs which have duration by approximate 30% more. Elemental energy required for upgrade 100/1000. He then looked at the super rare equipment. It was a shoulder guard medium armor. Reflective Thorn Pauldrons, level 3060, super rare medium armor, official defense. 82, magical defense. 70, durability. 50, endurance plus 10, if received damage. Next attack is increased by 20%, cannot stack, has a 15% chance to reduce 30% of the damage received and return it to the attacker. He was hoping for a chest or pants piece since his current Bloodguard scale armor and Shadow Bear Tacit had already reached the limit of their levels at 35 and couldn't be leveled up more. But beggars couldn't be choosers. He was glad enough that it was not an armor piece which he already had super rare grades, such as his shoes and headpiece. Although this shoulder armor piece had slightly lower defenses due to it being 8 levels lower than the current rare spalders he was wearing, the ability of a chance to reduce and reflect damage was very good. It also gave him a boost when counterattacking. Hence, he replaced his shoulder piece on the spot. He would upgrade its level later once he had access to the blacksmith workshop with the rare tools. Jack met another bandit outpost again in his journey. It was populated by level 30 monsters which were right around his level, but it was of a small-sized outpost. He might give it a try if it was tiny-sized, but a small-sized outpost had too many outlaws inside. He looked around the landscape and could not find a terrain he could utilize like the last time he raided the Lizardman encampment. He also no longer had a tool that could summon reinforcement like the Themisphere Beacon Stone. So he gave up on the outpost. He marked its location on his map in case later he wanted to come back. His journey took another 3 days after his encounter with Life Runner before he arrived at his destination. It was shrubland named Buscula Plateau. At this time he still had a bit over 1 million EXP points required for his Lightning God Blessing inherent skill. "So, what am I doing here?" Jack asked once they were at the edge of the shrubland. "You will be grinding for EXP, of course," Penuel answered. "What monster?" "The last 2 ones in your hunting list, Mouse Ant and Swordfin Ferret. In this area they were around level 35. What makes them so special? What's different from grinding in other places?" "Because these 2 monsters provide a high amount of EXP but have low health point and defense. Moreover, they only have melee attacks, no fancy skill. You should be able to kill them quickly to amass the EXP. There should be a catch." "Not possible I was given free lunch like that," Jack said suspiciously. "There is. Since they were weak in health point and defense, their damage was impressive. They could kill a normal level 30 Outworlder warrior in just 3 bites. But since you are not normal, you should survive." "I see. Okay, let's give it a try. I don't see any monsters around though. So, I just walked around till one of them appears. See that mound over there? That should be one of the mouseants' nests. Approach it and they should come out." "All right." Jack walked over as he unsheathed both his long sword and magic staff. When he was near enough, the mound started to shake. He saw the sand and rocks on the mound falling down as a large hole was slowly formed on top of the mound. The shaking was rather worrying. The monster's name was Mouse Ant. They should be small, right? "Oh, forgot to mention another thing," Penuel said as she flew above. "The other reason that they give an excellent amount of EXP is that they always come in a swarm, so you can kill them in mass." "Swarm?" Jack wondered. Then he saw the entire mound collapsed and heaps of grotesque-looking creatures poured out. Their body and head looked like rats, but instead of hairy skin, they were covered with exoskeleton, and they crept on 6 appendages. They were indeed small, but their numbers caused Jack's hair to raise. There seemed to be no end to the mouse ant that poured out from the hole. He was reminded again of the time when he was raiding the giant ant nest in the past. Alarmed, Jack retreated a few steps as the swarm came over. Since the swarm was already so closely packed with each other, he didn't let go of the chance. He unleashed his strongest attack from the get-go, Lightning God Barrage. Explosion after explosion of lightning energy carpeted the entire swarm. By the time the crackle of electricity ended, the entire terrain in front of him was devoid of monsters as his EXP bar increased. "They did give lots of EXP," Jack exclaimed, but his celebration was cut short as he realized the rumblings that followed the swarm never ended. Another pouring of swarm came out from the same hole and headed at Jack without any concern to the fact that their comrades had just been decimated. "There are still more?" Jack uttered with apprehension. "There are lots more," Penuel commented from above. The entire week after Jack arrived in the Buscula Plateau was spent with nothing but monster grinding. Apart from sleep and some break time to have a meal, of course. It was pretty easy to find the mouse ant for grinding. There were plenty of those mounds which were the mouseant's nests scattered around the shrubland. The good thing about them was that the other nests won't disturb him if he didn't come near them. Hence he could control the amount of mouse ants he dealt with. Apart from their frightening numbers, their other edge was their damage. Other than that, there was nothing special about them. Their attacks were rather deadly. Jack couldn't avoid getting stung by one of them as there were so many assaulting him. He lost more than 200 health point, which was alarming when it came from a non-boss monster. If 8 of these mouse ants stung him at the same time, his 1710 health point would be a goner. Luckily Jack had a pretty decent number of long-range skills combined with his high movement speed. He could still break away from them if things got dangerous. He also had the superior body recovery that kept a small amount of his health point regenerating during combat, so reducing the number of recovery potions he needed to use. He also applied poison salve from time to time. Now that he had a guaranteed supply of small poison gland from Life Runner, he had no reservation in using this consumable. Life Runner had teleported to Heavenly Citadel some days ago. John had sent Jack a message afterward, cursing him for not telling them that Life Runner was actually an orc. Jack was just laughing after receiving the message. The poison salve helped Jack decimate the mouse ants more easily, not simply because of the added damage value, but also because of the poisoning effect. Jack would slash at a group of mouse ants, then used his speed to head to the other side while continued attacking the others while the poison ate at the monster's health point. When he was back at the first group of monsters, he would slash them again, applying fresh poison effects. With minimum effort, the monster's health point were slowly consumed by the poison. Things got a bit complicated if Swordfin Ferret appeared. This monster was not as slow as the mouse ant, but their attack was even deadlier. But as Penuel mentioned, their defense and health point were low, and their attack pattern had not many variations. Jack was only a bit clumsy when he encountered this Swordfin Ferret the first time. Firstly, because the ferret attacked while he was still dealing with the mouse and swarm. Jack had to break away from the swarm and put a large distance first to deal with the ferret. Secondly, because the ferret's so-called swordfin, which was its main weapon, was hidden until the moment it made its attack. The swordfin ferret's backside would open up, exposing a very sharp and long bone. The resulting appearance made it look as if the ferret had grown a fin on its back. Accompanying the appearance of this swordfin was an expulsion of compressed air from the pocket at which the fin used to be stored. This pushed the ferret forward with an unanticipated speed. The process reminded Jack of the wind jet skill he used from Magic Scroll. Any unwary opponent would get sliced into two by this blitz attack, Jack included. It's a good thing he had a high pool of health points so he didn't get one-shot by that surprise attack. It still gave him the fright of his life, though. He returned the favor by giving the swordfin ferret a fierce beating. After that one time, he was always paying attention whenever the swordfin ferret's back started shuddering. It was the telltale sign when the fin attack was about to commence. He would immediately get ready to jump to the side or use his flash step skill. That fin attack only went in a straight direction, so as long as he knew about the attack timing, it was not really that difficult to dodge. Another precaution he took to control the risk was to go around the area hunting the swordfin ferrets first. Once all the ferrets in the area were cleared, then he provoked the mouse's nest. Although the activities were repetitive and might be called boring, Jack didn't slow down his grinding. He had always found some kind of fulfillment from this repetitive task. That's how he could spend so much time in past VRMMO games doing repetitive tasks without ever feeling bored. There were still one or two events that took his mind off from the repetitive tasks. One such event was during the evening of the third day after he arrived at the plateau, where he got a visit from fellow travelers. Not players like Life Runner, but native adventurers who Penuel had mentioned before in the past. It was a group of 4 natives, 3 men and 1 woman. The men's garments showed them as physical warriors with one of them carrying a longbow, while the woman was either a mage or a healer. Jack was a little alarmed when he first met them. All 4 were level 35 to 40 elite humans. But one of the warrior males, who seemed to be the leader, greeted him with a friendly smile. Though Jack was cautious, he did not antagonize them. After some chat, they ended up spending the night camping together while sharing tales on a bonfire. Jack was hoping the group would offer him aid in his monster grinding. It would speed things up real quick that way. But unfortunately, the group had their own quest, so they had to leave the next morning. In the night, Jack made camp a little further away and asked Penuel to stand guard. The 4 seemed friendly and kind people, but it never hurt to be cautious. The 4 left as they informed. No unexpected incident to Jack's relief, who soon returned to his routine activities. The second event that mitigated his monotony was when he came to the other side of the plateau. He found himself at the edge of a very deep gorge. There was fog underneath the gorge which obscured view below. He couldn't tell how deep the gorge was. Penuel informed him that this gorge was named the Valley of Tempest. The locals tell a tale that everything that fell below would not make its way back up anymore. Jack looked at the wall of the gorge. They were very steep and had no visible scalable path. Unless one had wings, it's impossible to climb up if one fell down there. He stared at the eerie fog below for a few moments and felt a shiver running down his body. He retreated away from the edge. With a brutal regime of grinding, which often took him until almost midnight before he stopped to rest. His amassing of EXP points went beautifully. He didn't forget to eat well-done steak from Ellie and had its effect active all the time when he was grinding. By the end of the 6th day, he had finally filled up the EXP required for his lightning god blessing. He sat down panting. "Finally," he said, "now I can level up again." The other players might have caught up to my current level by now. John and the others should have broken past level 30 as well. It was almost 2 weeks since he departed. The guild headquarters protection period should be ending soon. He wondered if the headquarter would be all right. Well, they would call him if there was an emergency. Penuel mentioned that Themitus was around 1 day of riding from here. So if there was an emergency, he just needed to ride there for a teleport back to the headquarter. He decided to not leave even after filling up the quota for Lightning God Barrage, since this place was such an EXP haven. He decided to continue grinding here until he reached level 30 and then took his elite class test. On that night, before he rest, he said excitedly, "Now I just need to find a divine gem and 10 magic crystals. Then the Lightning God Blessing will be upgraded." Are they difficult to find? Magic crystal is a super rare material. Divine gem is a unique material, but this particular gem is more difficult to find than other unique materials. Probably its rarity almost equal a legendary material, Penuel answered. Still, even if you somehow manage to collect these materials, I suggest you not immediately use them on that lightning god blessing. Oh? Why is that? Jack asked. Why do you think? Penuel asked back. Jack was a bit confused by her question. He thought for a bit before coming to a realization. Are you saying that once the skill is upgraded, there is another stage further? It will consume my EXP again. Penuel nodded. So you better make sure you are ready to stay in your current level for some time before you upgrade that skill. And let me tell you, the amount of EXP for the next stage will be more. I can't say for sure how more since its current stage is already different than my knowledge, but it will be more for sure. I suggest you not attempt to upgrade it before you reach level 40. Level 50 might be better. You will need to be able to grind at a higher level area to ensure that you can get a sufficient amount of EXP. Well, without collecting those materials, that inherent skill won't be able to be upgraded anyway. So we will think about this again when we do get those materials. He continued to hoard EXP in that place the next day. He finally leveled up after so long. His mage class increased to level 28. Both his classes were already not that far from leveling up when he got the Lightning God Blessing. By the end of the day, his warrior class should also level up.